What's happening, Bengals fans? It's Inside the Jungle special edition. It's draft night, folks. This is the night we have been waiting for months and months and months. Glad everybody could join us live here at CincyJungle.com. We're going to have some fun tonight. It's going to be a long night, but it will be a fun night. If you want to get in touch, the phone line, the Jungle line, is always open. 404-946-3397 is the number to call to get in touch. It is 8 o'clock, so in theory, the Houston Texans are on the clock. Presumably, they already know who they will be taking with the number one overall choice coming up here in the next couple of minutes. We'll be covering the draft, the entire first round tonight, right here live at CincyJungle.com. So tell your friends, get on Twitter, get on social media, spread the word. Let's see if we can get a ton of people in here and talking about the NFL draft. We have a live chat room in here. I see some familiar names. Kurt Campbell, Jumpman, Antoine's in the room, Amos. There are regulars on Wednesday night, but it's Thursday night, and we're talking all draft all the time right here at CincyJungle.com. So the question is, where do the Bengals go with the first pick of the draft? Or the first round pick, I should say. They will be drafting 24 tonight, as long as nothing changes. Right now, they could move back. I highly doubt they'll move up, but crazier things have happened. But I think that they will stay put at 24. That's my prediction. I wouldn't be surprised if they move back. I mean, that's something that they have historically done in the Marvin Lewis era. If there's somebody that they feel maybe they can get a little bit later on and get some good value, maybe get another pick, maybe in the second round, third round, you never know. But I think they'll stay at 24. Maybe there's a good chance that they could move back in the first round. I've seen some reports today. I've seen some people on social media kind of boldly predicting that the Bengals will trade out of the first round altogether. And we kind of talked about this last night on Inside the Jungle with Anthony Cosenza. I asked him how he would feel if the Bengals were to move out of the first round. Would there be outrage among this fan base? I think we all would agree that there would be some pretty significant uproar, considering the lack of activity in free agency and the lack of a first-round draft pick here tonight. I don't think that's the case. I think they'll pick somebody at 24. I've kind of been saying it all along, folks, that it's going to be a cornerback. And every single mock draft I've seen outside of Mike Mayock, who today says that one of his top players on his board, Aaron Donald, the defensive tackle from Pitt, he thinks he goes to the Bengals at 24. That would be awesome. That would be pretty slick. Amos in the chat room says, if we pass on Donald, I would need to buy a new TV and computer. That's true. That would be a shock if they were to pass him up. I'm pleased to say I'm joined now by my tag team partner from Inside the Jungle and CincyJungle.com, Anthony Cosenza. Anthony, what's up? What's up, dude? Happy draft day, man.
Yeah, happy draft day. I'm getting everything set up, and I'll probably be a little bit in and out tonight. Sorry to leave you hanging at the beginning here, but good to be here. And there's going to be a little bit of background noise, it seems like, because I got the show on, but good to be here.
Well, the commissioner is at the podium right now, not announcing a pick, but I'm assuming he will be announcing that the Texans are on the clock. All indications, Anthony, that Jadeveon Clowney is the pick at number 1. Can't really argue with that pick, can you?
Nah, could and should be the pick. I would say. There's a lot of talk of he may not fit their 3-4 scheme. Blah blah blah. I think you draft this guy and you find a way to make it work. Personally, Khalil Mack could be kind of the dark horse guy here, I guess, at number 1, just because he is that scheme fit. I think they should have a draft a quarterback at some point, either move back into the first round, just because they have not had a viable quarterback since they've been in the league. But we'll see. I still think Clowney's their guy.
Yeah, I think so too. By the way, the chat room is already active tonight. Antoine says, nice family picks, Anthony.
Yeah, I had to change the venue. Today because
that's why you're the background king.
That's right. Yeah, the pictures behind me are pretty goofy. They were from my wedding, so they include my wife and my brother and sister and another. So enjoy them, I guess. Chat room, enjoy them.
They're even already commenting on your attire. Oh, Jumpman, that's just cold.
I mean, I don't even have a tank top on this time. What is there to comment on?
That's what he said. No tank top.
Yeah.
Well, thanks to Hugh Cook joining us from Scotland. He says it's 1:05 in the morning in Scotland. Hope they don't trade out of the first round. Yeah, that would be rough. And an awfully early morning for you if that were the case, Hugh. But thanks for tuning in live here at CincyJungle.com. Again, if you want to get in touch, 404-946-3397 is the Jungle line. Have your voice heard. Talk about the draft. Talk about your thoughts on what the Bengals will do tonight. We will be here, like I said, pretty much the entire night. It's going to be a long night. We're here as long as the first round is going on tonight here at CincyJungle.com. You can also get in touch with us on social media. I'm on Twitter at Nick Suberling. Anthony, where can they hit you up on Twitter?
At CJ Anthony CUI.
There you have it. So again, the chat room is active. Spread the word if you're watching us live. Get on your social media and post a link to the draft show. We want to get as many people in here as we possibly can because this is a good night. This is a celebration, Anthony. This is a culmination of a few months now. This fan base, I kind of teased about this a little bit before you came on, but this fan base has been up in arms the last 2 months due to the lack of activity in free agency. Now we're here. This is the chance for the Bengals to improve their team, but it should be a celebration because this is something the Bengals do well.
Well, they have been doing well recently, yes, and it's always exciting to be watching the draft with Ray Lewis covering the whole deal on ESPN. I'm sure Bengals fans are very excited about that. But they've done well the last few years, particularly they found some diamonds in the rough in some of those middle rounds, which is kind of how you build a team and build the depth of your team. And hopefully they do the same thing this year. We've talked about it the last couple of weeks on the episodes, both with Joe Goodberry and you and I speaking last night. They need to do some good work, I think, in this draft, which may or may not be easy to do for them because we're talking about 5 or 6 years in a row that they would have another solid draft, and just because they were so inactive in free agency and even with re-signing some of their own guys, they've got a little bit of room to make up to avoid a potential slip-up this year, a little bit tougher schedule, and I don't know. They've got to strike some gold, I think, this weekend.
You mentioned Joe Goodberry. We'll be taking a look at his big board most of the night tonight as we take a look at some of the best players available. On his big board right now, he's got Sammy Watkins as the best player in this draft. Hard to argue that with the production he had at Clemson. There are some issues, I guess, with his route running skills, but that's something as a professional he'll probably get a lot better at. It'll also help if the Texans were to take him. An Andre Johnson type receiver could show him the way in the NFL. But he's got Teddy Bridgewater as the number 2 best player available on his big board. There's been talk about him falling in the draft. I mean, and I know a lot of Bengals fans on Twitter, social media, they've been craving Teddy Bridgewater in orange and black. I just don't see it happening.
I don't either. For a variety of reasons, I just don't see it happening. Unfortunate for some reasons, and maybe for others that are in the Dalton camp, it's a good thing. So I've been asked a number of times over not only the past few days and hours, but over the past few weeks and months, who are the Bengals going to take? Who are they going to take? And I don't think I really have a clear idea as to who they're taking in that first round. I know of some positions they will probably target within those first couple of rounds, but as to what order those might fall in, I don't know. But I don't know that quarterback will be within those first 3 or 4 rounds. We just don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. I kind of hinted at it earlier before you jumped on. And to be fair, we've talked about it at length on the podcast the last couple of weeks. I'm still pretty sold on it being a cornerback in the first round. We kind of had the hints from the franchise, the last couple of weeks, how much Marvin Lewis loves those first-round cornerbacks. I mean, you look at his history, Jonathan Joseph, Leon Hall, Drake Kirkpatrick, to name, all 3 in the Marvin Lewis era in first round. So wouldn't be surprised to see them go there.
Absolutely not. I mean, that's definitely. I would say that's probably the front runner, and for them to not go that position, the board would have to fall a certain way, and probably the 3 or 4 cornerbacks would have to have been taken in order for them to avoid that. So I think that's probably the front runner. But yeah, Marvin Lewis also likes to take some defensive backs in middle rounds and in the second round too. I mean, in one year he took Kawan Ratliff and Mediu Williams, a corner and a safety in the same second round. So we've seen him wait a little bit to get a player that they may feel is a little bit more of a need, or the best player available, and they wait. And like we talked about last night, they may sit there and see the depth at linebacker in this draft, the depth at defensive end, or lack thereof at those positions, and decide to spring on one of those first, and then look at some of these deeper position groups in the later rounds, cornerback, maybe second, third round, even quarterback. There's some good quarterbacks. If they want to wait fourth, fifth round, they could probably get a developmental guy in that area too. So, again, to me, it's all going to be about how this board falls. The one little weird thing that could change that is if the Bengals have a specific player targeted and they need to move up and get that player. But we've seen them be very reluctant to do that in recent years too.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if they moved up. There's just not their MO. It's not something that they do. I'm watching the draft on my iPad, so I as it stands right now, I'm at about the 3-minute mark. So I don't know where they're at on your feed, Anthony. But the Texans are currently, according to me, still on the clock. I don't want to announce picks here on the show because that could get a little dicey. But all indications, and we kind of talked about this already, Jadeveon Clowney, probably the first-round pick, was probably the first-round pick or the number 1 overall pick a year ago, but was forced to come back and play his junior year of college, which, gosh, that's got to be really tough. But, I mean, the guy is a freak, absolute freak. We saw it at the Combine, and if he ends up as a Texan, that defense, they had some issues a year ago, but you can find ways to make this work.
Right, and he's athletic enough to either learn a new position or even play a niche role at the beginning to fit into that defense. I will say that it looks like the pick is in for Houston, at least from what I'm seeing on the four-letter network. I don't know how you want to announce the picks, Nick. You said you don't want to announce them, but do we want to maybe wait
a couple minutes and kind of confirm it? How's that?
Maybe check the vibe in the chat room to make sure we're not surprising too many people. But if it is who we think it is, then I think you're looking at a once-in-a-generation type of player by all accounts.
Yeah, we'll actually be speaking with Matt Weston from the Battle Red blog. They're the Houston Texans blog here at SB Nation, coming up in just a bit to get an idea of where the Texans franchise, the fan base, stands with this pick. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is their third number 1 overall pick since returning to the league, or since joining the league, I should say. So it sounds like the pick is in. Sounds like it is, in fact, Jadeveon Clowney. No surprise there. I mean, we've kind of known for months that this was going to be the pick, and unless I'm mistaken, and everybody in the chat room is messing with me.
Well, I think, in fact, I know, and that's why I'm kind of staying away from Twitter for the most part tonight. I think people learn picks before they're actually, you actually see the commissioner come on stage and announce it. So that's kind of spoiler alert a little bit. So I'm staying away from that. But
yeah, don't follow Jason Locken for that. He's one of the worst.
Absolutely, yeah. But again, it's kind of a no-brainer at this point, and he's announcing it right now, actually.
Okay. Well, while we're here, I'm going to let everybody know who's watching us live here at CincyJungle.com. This will be a little different than most of our live shows. We will be, in fact, taking breaks. Because it will be such a long evening. We'll be taking breaks at the top and bottom of every hour, about 5 minutes or so, just so that we get a chance to stretch our legs, get some water, get the juices flowing, so that we're not just sitting here behind our cameras and microphones, and that'll give everybody else a chance to get up, use the restroom, get the beverage of their choice. What are you drinking tonight, Anthony?
I'm starting with a a heavy pour, light mix margarita, and because I'm a big tequila fan, so I'm starting with that, and then we'll see how the rest of the evening goes. But I thought we were going to do this Red Zone Channel Scott Hansen style, just straight through, no bathroom breaks, and
you're nuts.
I'm just kidding.
You have the ability to get a move, or I don't have that option.
Yeah. I thought you were going to maybe move into the other room where your TV was. You were saying last night.
Well, I was lucky enough that I had some connections here amongst the Cincy Jungle, shall we say, team. I'm watching it on my iPad through somebody else's account. We'll just leave it at that.
All right. Well, it's officially Clowney.
Right.
He's holding up the jersey and everything. So, best, in my opinion, best player in the draft. And though he did not live up to expectations last year on the stat sheet, he is just a freak of an athlete. So there is a little bit of a worry there because he had a little bit of a slip-up last season, but he's a freak. And their defense is already incredible. So he's just going to add to it.
Yeah. And in fact, Jim Thomas in the chat room says Watt on one side, Clowney on the other. That could be interesting.
Yeah, and like I keep saying, he's so athletic. I mean, you could probably add some pounds to him if you really wanted to use him on the edge in that 3-4 defense they use. Or if you want, you could kind of just bring him in certain niche packages as in his first year, let him develop into that outside linebacker role. I mean, they had guys that were kind of defensive ends in college that played outside linebacker and did so pretty well. I think Connor Barwin was one of them for them. He ended up being a pretty good player in the 3-4 defense, and I think he was a defensive end, albeit a little undersized in college. But he's a guy you can do a lot of things with, and I think they'll be happy with that pick.
The last time the Houston Texans were selecting number 1 overall, they did okay with Mario Williams. Solid choice at the time. Everybody kind of laughed when there were other players on the board, but I think in the end it kind of worked out for them. But here they are again with a defensive end at the number 1 overall pick. Can't really argue with the selection. The thing that sticks out to my mind, to me with Clowney, is the hit he put on that Michigan running back a couple years ago in that bowl game. I think his helmet's still on the field there at Raymond James Stadium.
Yeah, his teeth are too.
So he is now a Texan, and as I said a couple minutes ago, we'll be joining Matt Weston from the BattleRedBlog.com to talk about the Texans' choice, Jadeveon Clowney. So with that means the next team on the clock, of course, is the St. Louis Rams, and they've got some questions as well. Sam Bradford, Anthony, coming off a pretty significant knee injury. There's still some debate whether or not he is the franchise quarterback moving forward. There's talk about maybe Johnny Manziel being here. I don't think they'll go quarterback at this pick because they will be picking again at 13. But there's still some pretty good names on the board. A guy like Greg Robinson, even a guy like Sammy Watkins, and you know they did pretty good a year ago in the draft with the wide receiver they took.
Yeah, this is an important year for the Rams. I mean, they've kind of that division has asserted itself as one of the most competitive in football, if not the best in football. Just with, I mean, even the Cardinals had a 10-win season and they missed the playoffs last year. So the Rams got some catching up to do, that's for sure. But I think ultimately a lot of people are thinking maybe quarterback just because of the question marks surrounding Sam Bradford. I think this year you kind of go all in and say Sam Bradford's our guy, and you give him as much help as possible, maybe a little bit to what the Bengals might do a little bit with their quarterback situation this year. Give him an offensive lineman, give him another solid pass catcher with that second first-round pick that you have. I think you go one of the offensive tackles here. Greg Robinson probably, I'm assuming, would be the pick. And then later on, maybe I'm assuming probably Watkins and Evans would be off the board, but maybe you get a guy like Odell Beckham or someone like that that's a solid pass catcher to really help Sam Bradford out. He hasn't had the greatest wide receiving core since he's been there. The offensive line has been kind of hit and miss as well. So I think if you give him those two pieces with your 2 first-round picks, that ensures you're doing as much as you can to make sure he's successful and healthy, especially if you get an offensive lineman there and keep him protected.
You also have to keep in mind too, and you may have touched on this as well, that the division they're in is quite brutal with defenses. You got the Niners, you got the Seahawks, and heck, even the Arizona Cardinals defense was no slouch a year ago.
Yep.
So you need to protect Sam Bradford. You need to protect him. That's why I think that the best choice for them here is you go with the tackle Greg Robinson. We saw what he did at Auburn. Also, talk about another freak of nature. I mean, I think he ran, I don't know, he ran a crazy 640 for a guy that big.
Yeah, he's a freak. He's a freak. Very athletic for his size. I think there are some questions about whether he's ready to go day one plug-and-play starter, just because he had some limited time. And the scheme they ran at Auburn was a little different from a pro-style type of offense. So I think there's some question marks there, but that's a guy that if you're confident you can coach him up, he'll probably be a Pro Bowl offensive tackle for you if he stays healthy, maybe even a future Hall of Fame type of player. They did the same thing probably about 15 years ago with Orlando Pace, and I've been hearing lately that the Rams think that he could be that kind of player. I heard something earlier that they feel like, they called Robinson earlier today to check on his cell phone number. So it looks like the pick is in, so we'll announce that when it's official.
We definitely will announce that when it is official. I kind of want to look ahead now. The Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock. This is a franchise that just needs a lot of help, Anthony, and they've tried so many different things down there. I still think they have questions at quarterback. I don't know what their identity is. For a long time there, it was Maurice Jones-Drew. He's no longer there. Do they need a quarterback here? Can they be happy with the Chad Henne the situation they have down there? Is there a chance they can go after Tim Tebow? I mean, that's ridiculous in itself. But I mean, what are they doing in Jacksonville?
I don't know, and to their credit, they thought they would draft some can't-miss guys. Justin Blackmon has completely blown up in their face. So you could see Sammy Watkins here. I still think they may go with the safe bet in Khalil Mack. I think Mike Mayock said he was the best player, according to him, in this draft. So they could go that way. I mean, but what's been their problem since they were a pretty dominant team in the late 90s and early 2000s when Mark Brunell was the quarterback? They haven't had one since. So at some point you have to get that. Now what they may do, get a safe player that can contribute right away, maybe even an offensive lineman, because there's some good ones still in that in this top 10 area. They may go that way, then get their quarterback at the top of round 2 tomorrow night, and try and develop a player that way.
The defense isn't bad. They're just in a pretty tough division in the AFC South there with Indy, Houston. Well, Houston had a rough year, but when Houston was good, they made Jacksonville look bad. Now Jacksonville actually beat Houston twice this year. So their defense isn't all that bad, but if you think about it, you get a guy like Aaron Donald potentially to play on that Jacksonville defense. That could help them significantly down there in Jacksonville.
Yeah, they just have needs all over the place. They lost Maurice Jones-Drew, so at some point they'll probably they got Toby Gerhart, but they'll probably need to get some help there sometime in this draft as well. Offensive line. Roger Goodell is currently announcing the Rams pick.
All right. Well, we will update you on what that selection will be when we come back. We're going to take our first break of the evening. Coming up, we'll keep you updated on everything happening here in the first round. We'll also be joined by Matt Weston of Battle Red blog, a Texans blog, to talk about Jadeveon Clowney in blue and red. That's all coming up next on Inside the Jungle. Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to Inside the Jungle. It is 8:30, and we already have our first surprise of the night, Anthony. The Jacksonville Jaguars did something I don't know if any of us thought they would do. They went quarterback.
Did they really? Wow. I still haven't seen the pick announced, but I know the Rams went Robinson.
Yeah, let's start there. Let's start with the Rams. They took the safe choice in Greg Robinson from the University of Auburn. Or I should say Auburn. Is it Auburn University or University of Auburn? I think it's Auburn University.
Yeah, either way.
Well, all those Auburn fans will probably get mad.
If I went there, I'd put up a stink, but I didn't go there.
So yeah, the solid choice, somebody that could protect Sam Bradford there in St. Louis, or potentially maybe a quarterback that they might take at the 13th pick. You just never know. But that choice is in. Greg Robinson is now training in the blue and orange for the blue and gold in St. Louis. Jacksonville now, I know it hasn't been announced on television yet, but social media
it just did.
Okay, social media is blowing up. Jacksonville staying in state as they draft the quarterback from Central Florida, Blake Bortles. Jim Thomas corrected me in the chat room. It is Auburn University. But Blake Bortles, the first quarterback taken in the 2014 draft. Your thoughts, AC?
I got a couple. Number one, the Jacksonville Jaguars have surprised before. If you remember, they took a couple years ago Tyson Alu, if you remember that. He was supposed to be like a mid-first-round pick, and he went like top 5 or something like that. I think this is a reach for Bortles. I think the measurables are there. I think the talent is there, but I think he's still a little bit raw. The thing is, though, the one reason I don't have a problem with it, this is especially for coaches in the NFL, it's a win-now league. And this coach is in his second year, and so many teams now, aside from the Bengals, are quick to pull the trigger on firing a head coach if they're not doing well. And they wanted to get their quarterback, and I think the coach kind of said, hey, we need a quarterback to be able to win. And yes, Khalil Mack's a good player. Yes, offensive line is a need. So could wide receiver. But I don't mind it from that standpoint. I do think it's a reach. But if that's the guy they wanted, they got who they wanted, and quarterback is the most valued position. So got to get your guy.
Well, speaking of guys and getting who they wanted, let's go over to the Jungle Line as we welcome in Matt Weston from the Battle Red blog to talk about the Houston Texans and their selection. Matt, thanks for joining us here on Inside the Jungle.
Hey, how's it going? Y'all enjoying the draft so far?
We are enjoying the draft. Now, I'd imagine that you and Texans fans are enjoying the draft as well. Tell us about Jadeveon Clowney and how is he going to fit in there down in Houston?
I think as far as Clowney goes, we still know exactly what they're going to do with him. I mean, we know he's a freak athlete, but we don't know if they're going to him the 5 technique or the outside linebacker at the moment. And once we heard, Rick Smith and O'Brien saying they don't like any of these top 3 quarterbacks, Clowney pretty much became a done deal. And, I still think that there's about a 70-30 split, about 3% wanted a quarterback by Denzel or Bridgewater, and about 60% was Clowney and 10% Mack. So here we are now.
So Jadeveon Clowney now suiting up in the blue and red. What's the fan base kind of thinking? What's the initial reaction so far? I know it's only been about half an hour, but I'd imagine they're buzzing.
Well, people I was around, it was kind of pretty much we knew it was going to happen probably. Like I said, once the reports came in that OB and Smith didn't like any of these quarterbacks, Clowney pretty much became a done deal, or if they traded down, or if they took Mack. And so I think it was just something we were just kind of waiting to be said for the past few months or so. But like I said, it's about like 60% really happy. 30% wanted a quarterback and 10% wanted to trade down and take Mack or something like that.
So how big of a debate do you think there was with the Texans' brain trust in the decision between Khalil Mack, who may be a little bit better of a scheme fit, to the can't-miss prospect, Jadeveon Clowney? And if there wasn't that big of a debate, how do you figure Clowney to really play into the Texans' already pretty stacked defense?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it was more. I mean, pretty much the reason why they wanted to take Clowney more is because that freakish ability. Mack is a freak as well, but I think with Clowney, you have the opportunity where you can play with his hand down or play standing up. And so I think what the biggest thing that Canelo's defense are going to do is they're going to want a guy who can do multiple things and not be kind of pegged down to a scheme. And so you have a guy who can play with his hand down as a 5 technique, and then on a pass rush situation, maybe moving outside, playing with his hand on the ground, or hand playing standing up on 3rd down. And there's just a lot more different opportunities and ways you can scheme with Clowney with that freakish potential. And with Mack, you have an outside linebacker no matter what. And so I think that was the biggest difference between taking Clowney and taking Mack. And I don't know how much of an argument it was. I mean, I'm sure they talked about it a whole lot. But I think they knew what they were going to do for the past 2 weeks unless they could have traded down.
Well, we appreciate you taking the time, Matt. I know that things are hectic over there at battleredblog.com. Before the end of the weekend, I'm assuming that the Texans are going to draft a quarterback?
I hope not. I mean, what I was saying is that they take Clowney with the first-round pick. Don't take any of these second and third-round quarterbacks because at most you're going to get middle-class guy. I mean, you just saw that for the past 2 years with Schaub. And so, I mean, they're going to take quarterbacks in the second and third, and the third round probably, I would assume, is where they're going to take one. And we're going to see that, and they're going to take out maybe like Menberger, Murray, and now the rumor is that they're going to trade a 5th-round pick for Mallett. But they'll take one quarterback sometime this draft. And, I mean, personally, I'd rather see them hold off, take a guard, take a defensive end, take a guy they know can contribute, instead of taking a quarterback who's just going to sit on the bench for a year or two and then maybe be something, sometime down the line.
You mentioned a couple of quarterback names there. Do you think that those are the guys that they're targeting in the 2nd round? And are there a couple of other guys that could be wild card options at that first pick in the 2nd round? And if they aren't going to look quarterback, where else might they look at that spot?
I mean, personally, I don't know exactly what they're going to do. I was going to take quarterback probably in the 3rd round. The only way I could see him taking quarterback in the 2nd round is if Bridgewater falls that far. And there's no way he should. I mean, he's the best quarterback in his class, and it'd be ridiculous if he did. And if that happens, they're going to take him there in an instant. And then even if he falls back to maybe like 20, 21 in that range, you can maybe even see them trade up and take him from there. But of all the quarterbacks later on, I don't know what they like. Nobody knows what Brian likes as far as quarterbacks go because this is his first head coaching stint. And so I was talking about, he likes Bortles because he's big. Brian likes big quarterbacks. It wasn't true because we have no idea what he likes. So I have no idea if he likes Mettenberger, Murray, or anybody like that. I have no idea what the guy looks for in quarterback play. I think it's going to be a guy who's going to be really intelligent and somebody who really wowed him in interviews. But they don't take quarterback in the 2nd or 3rd round. I see them taking an offensive guard, taking a guard in the 3rd round because they still have not got somebody to replace Wade Smith at left guard who started there for the past 6 years or so. And in the 2nd round now with Clowney there, I think they'll probably either take a nose tackle or even an outside linebacker so they can move Brooks Reed inside. Or they might even take an outside linebacker or take another inside linebacker so Brooks Reed can stay outside. But I think they're going to get defense again in the 2nd round now, though, unless Bridgewater falls to the 33rd pick.
Well, all things are pointing up for the Texans with the pick of Jadeveon Clowney. Matt Weston of BattleRedBlog.com joining us here on Inside the Jungle. Matt, appreciate the time. Enjoy your evening.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, and good luck with the Bengals whenever their time comes.
It's going to be about tomorrow when that happens, but appreciate the time, Matt. Have a good one.
Thank you.
That's Matt Weston of BattleRedBlog.com joining us here on Inside the Jungle. The Texans fans obviously pretty excited about the selection of Jadeveon Clowney. Let's get you updated in case you're joining us late. Clowney, the number 1 overall pick, going to the Texans, followed by Greg Robinson, tackle from Auburn. He's heading to St. Louis. Blake Bortles, drafted by the Jacksonville Jaguars at the 3rd spot. And then the big shocker, Anthony, the Browns traded out of the 4th pick with the Buffalo Bills, who then go on to select Sammy Watkins.
Yeah. You almost wonder if the Browns were looking at Blake Bortles at that number 4 pick, and they didn't think he would be off the board. maybe that was their guy. But they did get an additional first rounder, so if they're going to really overhaul this team and build for long-term success, the more first-round picks you have, the better. The Bills may be, again, in a little bit more of a win-now type of mode, and they have a second-year quarterback that has a lot to prove in E.J. Manuel this year. He flashed a little bit, but he got injured, and they're giving him a great weapon in Watkins. So that's just a very interesting scenario. The Browns being active already. Some people say, why wouldn't you sit there and take one of these elite players on the board? Maybe Khalil Mack fits what they want to do on defense, but they already have a pretty solid defense there. They need help at quarterback and some other spots. So, maybe move back. You get another good player back at number 9. They only moved back 5 spots, and they got an additional first rounder next year, along with a fourth rounder next year. So, I think it was a smart move by them if the guys they wanted were already off the board.
Yeah, the board is shaping up as we take a look now at Joe Goodberry's big board. Currently, right now, his best players available: top 5: Teddy Bridgewater, Aaron Donald, Khalil Mack. Speaking of Khalil Mack, Oakland on the clock right now here in round 1. Odell Beckham and then Mike Evans are his best players available according to the Goodberry big board. You're in the California region, Anthony. The Raiders are on the clock. Obviously, they have a lot of questions. They have a quarterback in Matt Schaub. Can he return to form? That's the question. But I think all eyes right now are pointing to Khalil Mack ending up in black and silver. Yeah,
that would be a good pick for them. Offensive line has always been a need for them as well. So I think if they go either one of those routes, it'd be pretty solid. Yeah, they went with Khalil Mack. That was the official selection there. So that's a great value pick, I think, for them. Probably the safest player in the draft, even though he played small school football. He's a beast. Does a lot of things well, especially behind the line of scrimmage. So he's very disruptive. Could bring some much needed swagger to that team. Build up their defense a little bit. Then they start looking. They have a little stopgap option at quarterback in Matt Schaub. They swung a trade for him. They could ride with him for a year or two, maybe, if he ends up playing pretty well, and get some other pieces in this draft. Get a little more wide receiver help, some offensive line help, maybe some help at tailback. But they did re-sign McFadden too for a year. So I think this is a good value pick. You're getting who many believe is probably the second best player in this draft at number 5. So, and if not the second best, probably top 3 at the number 5 position. So good value for them, I think. Well, the phone line's open. The jungle line's open. 404-946-3397 is the number to call if you want to have your voice heard. We're talking draft all night long right here at CincyJungle.com. We kind of touched upon the Bengals and where we think they're going to go. As we've kind of been going pick by pick here. As we speak right now, the Raiders are currently, according to my iPad here, the pick is in. I don't know who it will be just yet, but if you want to have your voice heard, 404-946-3397 is the number to call. And hey, if you don't want to call in, spread the word, get on social media, tweet out the link to the video, to the show right here. Let's get as many people into this chat room as we can. It's active tonight. We've got a viewer from Scotland and Hugh Cook. Darrell Williams is in the room. Alex Brontosaurus Perkins, he's in here. Kurt Campbell, all the regulars. TC from Dub V, Brett Bradford, Amos, Jim Thomas, Lenny, Ron, Jumpman. Everybody in here, we're chiming in on the draft. I'd love to hear your thoughts if you want to get in touch. The pick is officially in. Khalil Mack is a Raider. Now, the linebacker from the University of Buffalo, which means now that the Raiders are off the clock, it's Hotlanta time as they are now on the clock, and they have all kinds of needs. An Atlanta team, Anthony, that when we watched the Bengals play in the preseason a year ago, we thought that this would be a team that would be competing in the NFC Championship game. We thought that this was a team well on their way, and they just kind of fell on their face this year. A lot of issues
Matt Ryan had no protection. Defensive line was just ravaged by injuries. They had the ball ran down their throats quite often. So where do the Falcons go from here?
I think they go either offensive tackle, Taylor Lewan, or Jake Matthews. The benefit of Jake Matthews is he could play either side. They already have Sam Baker there playing left tackle. So if you get Jake Matthews, you can plug him in on the right side for the first part of his career, and he'd probably be a very effective player there. He's one of those high floor, low ceiling guys, I guess. So he's already kind of reached a lot of his potential, which is very high, a lot of people believe. Luan is more of the athletic type of player. I think either one of those guys would be a very good fit. They could also look Aaron Donald, defensive tackle, just to get a little more push up front. I think they were probably very bummed out that Khalil Mack went in front of them. I think that would have been kind of a John Abraham type of player for them, maybe a little bit more in the linebacker spot, but just kind of the smallish defensive end type of guy that they could use. I think one of their lines, offensive or defensive, needs to be addressed here. And you mentioned it. They've always been an en vogue pick over the past probably 4 or 5 years to go pretty far. They finally saw and met some of their potential back in 2012. They went to, I believe it was the NFC Championship against the 49ers there. The problem is why they've always been a hot media pick is because they've invested so much in their skill positions, but didn't really build their team from the inside out. They let the lines kind of deteriorate there a little bit, and I think it really cost them last year. So I think early on they got to go one of the lines here, defensive or offensive, then maybe address some other things, maybe on defense towards the later rounds in the draft.
Let's take a look now at some of the chatter in our live chat room over at CincyJungle.com. Jim Thomas says Cleveland could take Mike Evans and make out pretty nicely for not taking Watkins. Cleveland will be drafting at the 9 spot. Kurt Campbell says he'll get a Manziel tattoo if the Bengals pick him. I will hold you to that, Kurt. I will hold you to that. That would be – oh, and even Hugh Cook in the chat room says he's offering to pay for it. That'd be fantastic. Ron Dansbury, call me crazy, but I want him to get McCarron in the 3rd round if he's there. There's a name that we haven't really mentioned a whole lot of here on this podcast. It has been centrally focused more on the other SEC quarterback and Aaron Murray. Why does A.J. McCarron get slighted?
I think he had such a great defense. It's kind of the Andy Dalton argument, isn't it? I mean, he had the great defense to lean on. He had one of the best all-time college coaches, watching over him there. And I think he didn't really do anything incredibly flashy. Now, I think you heard some of the same stuff with his predecessor, Greg McElroy, but I think everybody agrees McCarron is a much more polished NFL quarterback than McElroy ever was. But to me, the comparison of Andy Dalton with him rings very true. I think you see a lot of similarities there. McCarron might be a little bit bigger than Dalton is, but I think overall there's a lot of similarities. The funny thing about Murray, he gets compared to Dalton often as well, but Murray was incredibly productive in one of probably the best college football conference in the nation. And Dalton, he didn't have the big flashy numbers. He just kind of had some solid numbers as a college quarterback. He came in. So I think there might be a little bit higher of an upside with Aaron Murray than a lot of people give him credit for. McCarron, I think he's, again, kind of one of those, I mentioned it just a few minutes ago, one of those high floor, low ceiling guys. You could probably put him in and have him be an effective starter, especially with on a team with a lot of surrounding talent. You could probably put him in there right away and have him be relatively effective. But long term, are you looking at a championship, Super Bowl winning quarterback? I don't know. He was that in college, that's for sure. He was a championship quarterback in college, but I don't know that he's an NFL championship caliber quarterback. He'll probably keep your team competitive, and those are the similar questions that are surrounding Andy Dalton as well. So that's kind of where the comparisons come from.
I've been watching the 4-letter network here on my iPad. They've been showing images of the 2 offensive tackles in the room, Jake Matthews and Lewin, as you mentioned, Anthony. I want to go back to Cleveland. This is a team that they've started, I think, about 35 quarterbacks since they returned to the league in 1999. They moved down obviously from the 4 spot to the 9th spot. A lot of talk here in the chat room is that they could take Evans at that spot, but at 9, I'd like to think that they could probably still get their guy in Manziel because he will more than likely be there.
And that's exactly what I was going to say, and that's what makes that trade potentially awesome for them. They pick up another first-round pick, and if Manziel was their guy all along, they may move back and still get their guy. The one wild card here is Mike Zimmer and the Vikings. I think a lot of people are automatically writing them off for getting a defensive player. So far, Aaron Donald is still on the board, which I think would be an incredible fit for the Minnesota Vikings if he's there. He's the Geno Atkins type of this draft. So if he's there, he could be that pick. But they are in the market for a quarterback, from what I understand too. So that's kind of the tricky thing here. And if I'm telling you, if the Browns move back 5 spots, got another first rounder, and still got the quarterback that they ultimately wanted, that's a heck of a deal.
If I'm not mistaken, how many first-round picks is that this year for the Browns?
Well, they have 2 this year, but the first-round pick would be for next year.
Okay, so that makes more sense. All right.
So now they've got So now they've got 2 this year and 2 next year. So
that's solid.
Talk about a team that's ready to load up, and we talked about them yesterday too. I think a caller called in and said, what teams are you guys looking to be afraid of? And I mentioned that there might be a changing of the guard in the AFC North, with the Bengals being a pretty consistently good football team over the past 3 years, and now the Browns really loading up. If their whole thing though is solidifying that quarterback spot, they have not been able to do that. I mean, you said 35 quarterbacks. I laughed, but I mean that might be close to the truth there since they've come back. So if they can solidify that quarterback spot and continue to load up talent with these other picks they're accumulating, that's going to be a really scary team going forward.
Looks like the pick is in for the Falcons. They went with the solid NFL bloodlines. Jake Matthews is a Falcon, which is a solid choice for Atlanta considering all the issues they've had on the offensive line.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. I think he's a good fit for them because he could play either tackle spot, be a very solid football player. I think he'll probably plug right into that right tackle spot because I mentioned they have Sam Baker. Sam Baker was a
You had to go USC. You had to go.
Well, yeah, but he was a first round pick years ago, so I don't know how many years he's got left on his odometer there. So I mean, with Matthews, they could plug him in at right tackle right away, and then if something were to happen with Baker, injury, or he ends up not playing anymore, retiring from the NFL, they could slide Matthews on into the left tackle spot. And a lot of people now are saying that the right tackle spot is, a lot of people devalued that for so many years. Oh, it's just a run blocker, that sort of thing. And now the right tackle spot is becoming almost as valuable as your left tackle because so many teams are now mixing up looks when blitzing the quarterback and coming after the quarterback. So you have to have an able pass protector on the right side too. And I think Matthews does both. I don't think he does both outstanding, but he does both pretty well, and I think that's going to be very helpful for the Falcons.
Before we head to the break, the Tampa Bay Bucks currently on the clock. Taking a look now at Joe Goodberry's big board and some of the guys that he's got listed as his best players available, Anthony. I'll list off a couple of names here, and you let me know which one surprises you the most that are still available. Teddy Bridgewater, number 1, Aaron Donald, Odell Beckham, Mike Evans, Jimmy Ward, and then Jason Verrett. Any shockers there?
Donald is a little bit of a shocker. For me, Taylor Lewan, I don't recall if you mentioned him or not, but Taylor Lewan is another guy that I'm a little surprised is available.
Right after Verrett, that's why I didn't.
Yeah. So I think those two guys being available right now, especially the number 1 defensive tackle, usually that's just a hot commodity that teams need. They need that anchor. Donald isn't that big, 330-pound run stopper type of guy, but he does things that Geno Atkins does, and if he is projected to be that kind of player, and if he ends up being anywhere near that, that's going to be he's going to make a team pretty happy. I think personally, that Mike Zimmer, who's picking next at number 8, I think he's praying that Aaron Donald falls his way, and I think if he is there, I think the Vikings sprint up to the podium to make that pick. But we'll see. I don't know what Tampa Bay is going to do, and they apparently have the pick that's in.
Apparently the pick is in. We will discuss that pick when we come back. We're going to take our second time out here on Inside the Jungle. Don't go anywhere. We will be back. And we're back here on Inside the Jungle. Some breaking news, folks. The Browns, being the Browns, have traded with the Minnesota Vikings for the 8th pick. They're moving up one spot. Mike Zimmer making deals already, Anthony.
Yeah, quarterback I think has to be the pick here. Goodell's going to the podium, but both teams are being very interesting right now.
The pick is apparently in. Jim Thomas with some choice words in the chat room about the Browns. Didn't need to make the trade, but maybe.
Wow.
Okay, so what do you got for me, AC?
Justin Gilbert.
So that's a big pick. Justin Gilbert, the cornerback from Oklahoma State. We wanted him potentially here in Cincinnati. Now the Bengals twice a year are going to go up against Joe Hayden and Justin Gilbert. Andy Dalton better get ready.
Yeah, and you know what? That's maybe a tiny bit of a reach, but you know what? They grabbed another first-round pick. They've added to their defense. Think about who they have to play twice a year, and I'm going to toot the Bengals' horn a little bit here, but I mean Marvin Jones, A.J. Green, Mohamed Sanu, potentially even another guy if they get one in this draft at some point. They have 2 tight ends you have to cover, so I think they're building for this division, and you know what? That's going to be very tough going, as you said, for Andy Dalton and the Bengals offense, trying to make some hay on that Browns defense, which was already pretty solid and gave a lot of teams fits. So very interesting pick, and I think both the Vikings and the Browns have done some very interesting and probably, depending on how you feel about the Gilbert pick, I think it's pretty good by both teams, and I think now Minnesota grabs another pick. I think it's a 5th-round pick they got from the Browns, and now I think they probably still get Aaron Donald one spot even behind and grabbing another pick, which I think is probably a very good move, unless they shock everybody and maybe take a quarterback here.
Well, let's recap. If you're just joining us a little late, Jadeveon Clowney, obviously the number 1 overall pick heading to the Houston Texans. Greg Robinson, the tackle from Auburn. He goes number 2 to the Rams. Blake Bortles, the first quarterback and the only quarterback taken so far in this draft, heads to Jacksonville. The Buffalo Bills moved up with Cleveland in a trade to select Sammy Watkins, a wide receiver from Clemson. Khalil Mack ended up in Oakland. Jake Matthews as a Falcon. And then as we were in our little break there, Mike Evans selected by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the second wide receiver taken in this draft. AC, what are your thoughts on that pick?
I think it's very Lovie Smith, and I think what he did and how he built the Bears offense, he had 2 big freak wide receivers in Alshon Jeffrey and Brandon Marshall in Chicago, and now he's doing the same thing in Tampa Bay. So he's giving his questionable quarterback situation, and Josh McCown appears to be the starter there. He's giving them as many weapons as possible. I still think they may go interior offensive line at some point. Maybe some other defensive help. Maybe cornerback since they lost Revis this year. I don't know that that's a pressing need though. But yeah, big pick for them. That's going to be very tough to defend, and that's a team that the Bengals play this year. So they're going to have to figure out how to defend those 2 big guys. And we all know the Bengals corner situation is a little sketchy right now between age and some size too. So they may need to figure that out for the Buccaneers at least.
Let's take a look now at some of the draft from a whole. What's really stood out to you so far here, as we're just over an hour into the first round?
As always, it's the trades. That's always interesting when teams do that. We've had 2 trades, and they both involved the Browns there, so that's kind of stuck out to me. And that Justin Gilbert pick is a very big surprise, but you kind of look at it, and I've had some people in the chat room saying they didn't need to trade up to get Gilbert. Yeah, that's probably true. However, you got Mike Zimmer, who's a defensive guy. They didn't know if Zimmer wanted that guy, Aaron Donald, whoever it may be. And I kind of made the statement in the chat room that the Browns, are playing with house money at this point. They've already got another first-round pick next year from the Bills by moving back. And if Gilbert was even 1, 2, or 3 on their board, they moved back and still got a first-round pick and a very exciting defensive back. Now, he could be, we heard Joe say a little while ago, he could be a project type of player, but I still think that's a very interesting pick for the Browns. That's kind of what has stood out to me so far, and the fact that Manziel's still on the board. That's interesting as well.
Yeah, Justin Gilbert on Joe Goodberry's big board, quite a ways down on this list. Mike Zimmer, though, in his first NFL draft as a head coach for the Minnesota Vikings, currently on the clock. It looks like the pick may even be in. Sounds like the boy from UCLA, the guy in your area, Anthony, sounds like he may be headed up north in the purple and gold.
Yeah, I just received a text from a friend of mine who actually joined us on the program last night, Ryan Borland. If you remember him, he had some good chat room discussion questions. He texted me saying this could be Anthony Barr. That is another interesting player. I didn't really think about him being a fit there, but I think if you go Aaron Donald or Anthony Barr here, I think either one of those would be right up Zimmer's alley, and he would probably get the most out of either one of those guys. And the interesting thing is they're not your prototypical players, I guess, at either position. Donald's kind of undersized for a defensive tackle, and Barr is that tweener defensive end outside linebacker guy, but both can get to the quarterback. And the Bengals' renaissance has completely centered around the defense being able to get to the quarterback, and I think Mike Zimmer's trying to build the same thing in Minnesota.
The history in Minnesota, even before Zimmer was there, historically they've always had a pretty solid defensive line, guys that could eat up blockers and allow linebackers to get to the running backs and get to the quarterback if they need to. So it's a pretty solid choice. You had to figure that in his first draft that they were going to go defense, put his mold on this team, much like they did in Cincinnati. The last couple of years they've gone defense. Throughout Zimmer's tenure here in Cincinnati.
Right. Some people thought that they would go quarterback here, though, too. I mean, Christian Ponder has fizzled out. They re-signed Matt Castle, and really, how long-term of a solution is he? He played a couple of decent games for the Vikings last year, but he didn't really impress, at least when the Bengals played against the Vikings. So we'll see. It looks like the pick is in here for the Vikings and Mike Zimmer.
All right, Jim Thomas says the Lions pick is in too, so I must be way behind on my draft my draft video, my draft tracker. So yeah, the Lions, they've got some question marks as well. This is a team in transition as well, new head coach, new coaching staff, but still two pretty solid players on offense. If they could just get it together on defense, this team in theory could be scary in the NFC.
Yeah, you keep thinking so. Everybody thinks they have their quarterback in Stafford. They've got the best wide receiver in football. They've got two very, very dominant defensive tackles. So I don't think Aaron Donald's going to be the pick here. So that's going to be interesting to see where they go. Justin Gilbert, a lot of people mocked him to the Lions because they need some cornerback help. This could be Darqueze Dennard. It could be a safety. They could use some linebacker help. I think maybe. I don't really know where they're going to go at this point. Would you take the number 2 cornerback in this draft at number 10? That's a little bit of a stretch there, even though it's a need. In case people did not hear, Anthony Barr was the pick for the Minnesota Vikings, outside linebacker, UCLA, and very, very dominant college football player. I think Mike Zimmer's going to get a lot out of him.
Yeah, Mike Zimmer is going to say, he's going to have his stamp. He's going to mold this defense. I mean, he's a defensive guy. There's no question about it. When you have a guy like Norv Turner, though, as your offensive coordinator, Anthony, you have some faith that there may be some guys, a quarterback, maybe in the second or third round that you could draft that Norv Turner can do pretty well with.
Yeah, and Zimmer has been a master of getting retread corners and getting the most out of them, and really a lot of different players across the board. He's been able to do that. So he could get a project guy and be able to coach him up in the second or third round. It's a very deep draft at that position, so going to be interesting to see where they go at that position going forward.
Well, I'm excited to welcome in the third member of our team tonight, fresh off his trip from Chi-Town. I don't even know if he's had a chance to use the restroom. It's the one and only Mickey Mentzer joining us here on Inside the Jungle. What's up, Mick?
What's up, man? I was excited to get on here to catch up with you guys. I'm kind of scrambling right now to see what I missed.
According to, I'm watching the draft now on my iPad. Barry Sanders is the pick. No, I'm just kidding. But he is announcing the pick for the Lions. We'll get you caught up though for sure, Mickey. What's on your mind, AC?
It's Eric Ebron is the pick. It was just announced by
solid choice.
That's very interesting. They're just loading up on offense in Detroit. It looks like.
Well, with good reason. You need a guy to stretch the middle of the field and take some coverage away from Megatron. So that's a solid choice. They go tight end in the first round, and they've also got some pretty solid tight ends on that roster as well. I believe, was it Pettigrew? He's a tight end there for Detroit, if I'm not mistaken.
They have him. They have Fourier, who is a goal line monster last year. This is just a very interesting pick. You see a lot of good defensive players on the board. Obviously, they didn't need defensive tackle with the two guys they currently have, so Donald wouldn't be their guy. But man, that's very interesting. They grab another tight end.
Eric Ebron, though, 50th on the Goodberry Big Board. So that's the lowest from as far as the Goodberry Big Board taken so far here in the first round. Currently the Tennessee Titans are on the clock, and we'll be joined by Jimmy Morris of MusicCityMiracles.com to discuss that pick a little bit later on in the show. So far, we kind of teased it before the things kicked off, Mickey, and we've kind of talked about it the last few weeks on the show as well. But your prediction as far as the Bengals, who they go with here in the first round?
Shoot. I'll stick with my pick from our.
Well, you can't because Justin Gilbert's gone.
I didn't pick him though. I picked Ely. Is he gone?
No, he's still out there.
Yeah, that was my official pick. So that's where I'm at. I'm trying to backfill the picks.
The Titans currently on the clock. New head coach in Ken Wisenhunt. They drafted Jake Locker a couple years ago, a guy that seemed to can't stay healthy. Maybe they look Johnny Manziel here, Anthony?
Yeah, that's a possibility. I guess I didn't really think of that, but I think they've already had. They might feel like they've been burned a little bit by a mobile quarterback who gets hurt often by scrambling out of the pocket in Jake Locker. So they may want to shy away from that type of player again, and they may want to give Locker another shake at it. I mean, he really hasn't shown all that much, not because of inability. It's just because of injuries. So quarterback could be a pick here. I think Anthony Barr would have been a great fit for the Titans defense there. I don't think Aaron Donald's gonna be the pick because they're a 3-4 defense from what I understand. They could go corner here if they want to remedy the loss of Alteron Werner. We'll see. I don't know.
Well, we will. I'm actually going to take a timeout. We're going to take our break a little early here for this half hour. Let's let Mickey get settled in, get filled in on what's going on with the draft. Coming up after the break, we're going to talk with Jimmy Morris from Music City Miracles to talk about the Titans selection as they are currently on the clock. Don't go anywhere. Inside the Jungle, we'll be back in just a few. And welcome back to Inside the Jungle. We're just short of an hour and a half here into our live broadcast right here at CincyJungle.com. Thanks for tuning in. If you're here at the website, CincyJungle.com, spread the word. Get the word out. Hit us up on Twitter. Spread the word about the show. Get some more peeps here in the chat room. You guys are bringing it and loving it. It's a good time, as always. The pick is in for the Tennessee Titans. And finally, they go offensive line. Mickey, Taylor Lewin, the tackle from Michigan. I know you're a big Michigan fan. You want to talk about the big offensive lineman. But on a serious note, solid choice by Tennessee. They've always had some issues protecting Jake Locker, and now he's got a big guy on the left side.
No, I think that's a great pick. I had him going later in the first round to another team that struggles, with their line in the Cardinals. But I mean, that's a big guy that is just going to go in and fill a hole and hopefully give the Titans a better opportunity to get some better quarterback play.
Right, and Marshall Falk on the NFL Network kind of echoed my sentiments a little bit about when they asked the question, what about a quarterback here? Is it Manziel? Why draft another guy who runs around and has a potential of getting nicked up at the quarterback position when you've kind of experienced that a little bit with Lockers? So I think this was the safe pick, the solid pick, not necessarily flashy and a ton of upside, but this is a guy you can put in right away and fill a starting role, and they may want to run the ball a little bit more, and he may fill that need.
Let's take a look now at some of the best players available according to Joe Goodberry's big board. The guy we've kind of been talking about the last couple of weeks here on the podcast, Teddy Bridgewater, his number 2 overall player on his draft board still available. Aaron Donald, the number 3 player on his draft board still available. Odell Beckham, the wide receiver from LSU. Jimmy Ward, the safety from Northern Illinois. Jason Verrett, another guy that we've talked about here on this podcast, the cornerback from TCU, still available. Dominique Easley and then Kyle Fuller kind of round up the top 6 or 7 there. C.J. Mosley, Zach Martin also on that list as well. Like I said before the break, we'll be catching up with Jimmy Morris of MusicCityMiracles.com probably around 9:40 to discuss the pick of Taylor Lewin by the Tennessee Titans. Let's kind of recap the draft as a whole, gentlemen. I know you just kind of joined us, Mickey. I'll start with Anthony, though. Your overall thoughts so far?
Interesting moves by the Browns, especially kind of maneuvering within that top 10 and getting another solid cornerback to add to that good defense. Really funny, the Detroit Lions sprinted up to the podium to get that pick in for Eric Ebron, which I think people didn't really expect him to go there, but they, once again, kind of load up on their offense. There's kind of some interesting, but also some predictable picks. The pick for the Giants is in, but it hasn't been announced. I'm thinking it might be Aaron Donald. It could be Zach Martin. Probably one of those two. We'll see. The thing that sticks out to me the most, though, is that one quarterback has been taken in the first 12 picks, or first 11 picks as of this point. We could see, and I don't want to speak too soon, but some of these big-name guys that you think were first-rounders, we could see them start to slip towards the end of the first and maybe even into the second round.
What about you, Mickey? I know you're just joining us a little late. I don't know how much you've actually seen of the draft so far, but what are your thoughts overall on what's been going down, particularly up in Cleveland, who got a solid cornerback in Justin Gilbert?
They did. I mean, Cleveland's, just continuing their all-in, kind of mentality. And, I mean, they're looking to be a great team this season. I kind of agree with AC that I think Aaron Donald's going to be the pick. I don't know if it's in or not, but I'm looking at the mock draft that we did, Anthony and Jason, and we nailed a bunch of these. Jason's got 4 picks correct. Anthony's got 1.5 correct. He had Sammy Watkins in the right spot, just the wrong team. And, I've got 3. So, I mean, that's pretty solid for the first 12 picks. So there's no huge surprises, but this is where it's going to start to get interesting as these quarterbacks start falling. We may see some more moves. One of these teams that we thought was going to take quarterback early sees their guy fall to the second half of the first round. They're going to jump on that.
I'm getting some conflicting reports according to the chat room. I've heard Aaron Donald. I've heard Odell Beckham. Not sure.
It's Odell Beckham.
It is Odell Beckham. All right. So Aaron Donald's still on the board. From what I'm hearing, I don't have the audio from the feed, but it doesn't sound like the Giants fans are too happy with this pick.
That's a surprise. I think that's pretty high for him.
Why do you think that?
I mean, I debate. When we were looking through the picks, I didn't know he would necessarily be a first round guy. There's a bunch of these receivers that are quick. He's 5'11", I think. That could fall into the help out a team. There's no one that's really other than Watkins. There's no one that's really knocking your socks off. So I don't know. He fell into a group of receivers that were going to go towards the end of the first round and into the second.
He was sixth on Joe Goodberry's big board. I mean, he was the second wide receiver. He was even ahead of Mike Evans, who was picked a couple spots before him.
Right. I think we all had Evans and Watkins pretty high in our mock. I just thought he was too similar to some of the other guys out there, and I'm blanking on the names, but I mean, I had a few receivers at the end, and I thought he was going to be one of those guys, like maybe Cooks or Lee. So I didn't know exactly where he'd fit. I just think that's kind of high for him, but I mean, if he feels the need for the Giants, it works, I guess.
He was my number 3 or number 4 wide receiver in this draft. And from where I sit, you're getting the number 3 wide receiver at number 13 overall. I don't know if that's tremendous value from where I sit, but he has some kick return ability. They showed some highlights there. He's got some kick return ability. He can kind of do a little bit moving the sticks. He's got some good speed. Give Eli as many weapons as possible. That's good. I was almost certain that Aaron Donald was going to be the pick here because the Giants love to have defensive linemen that can get to the quarterback. That's what got them 2 Super Bowls recently. So I was almost positive they were going to go there. I'm interested to see where the Rams are going to go now that there's been 3 wide receivers off of the board here. And I hope everybody is potentially prepared for the internet to shut down if Johnny Manziel ends up going to Dallas.
The Rams currently on the clock. This is a team coached by Jeff Fisher, who, when he was at Tennessee, guys, had some pretty big studs on the interior defensive line. In his heyday, Albert Haynesworth was one of the best in Tennessee. Maybe Aaron Donald could be the pick for the Rams here at 13. I could see why the Giants went with Beckham here in the first round. They did lose Hakeem Nicks this offseason, and so they needed another threat on the outside. I think they did get Mario Manningham back in free agency, and we all know about Victor Cruz at wide receiver. It's all about getting some weapons for your quarterback and Eli Manning. We know they can't run the football, so I can't really fault them for going receiver at this spot.
Yeah, it's not a bad pick, and some of their guys.
Did I lose you, AC? You still there, Mickey?
They.
All right, go ahead. Start over.
Could you hear me, Mickey?
Mm-mm.
You're back.
Oh,
start over.
Weird. Interesting. Well, they lost Hakeem Nicks, I think, this year, and Steve Smith a couple of years ago had to end his career. He was a productive player for him, so from that sense, it makes sense. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm a big fan of that pick. I think that was a tiny bit of a reach there.
Fair enough. The 4-letter network is currently showing Johnny Manziel. With the Rams currently on the clock here in round 1 with their second first-round pick. Coming up, we got the Rams, the Bears. The Steelers will be the second AFC North opponent to be on the clock here in the first round coming up, followed by the Dallas Cowboys, where a lot of people thought that Johnny Manziel could end up. Your thoughts on the Rams situation, Mickey?
I personally thought they were going to go receiver, but with 3 off the board, I don't think that's going to be their pick anymore. They could look at the line, but that's been hit already. I don't know. Like it's becoming a kind of a toss-up now, and I mean this is why it's fun, and this is why mock drafts are usually terrible. But I have no clue what they're going to do.
Jeff Fisher, obviously a defensive guy, and we kind of talked about it. This is a conference, or I should say a division, where they've got to go up against Arizona, Seattle, and San Francisco year after year. 3 teams that can throw the football and have pretty solid offenses. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them go defense here, Anthony.
Yeah, and I know it's high for him, but just kind of something that just kind of came to mind. They face 2 mobile quarterbacks twice a year in Kaepernick and Russell Wilson. Could they go after an active linebacker like a Ryan Shazier that can cover a lot of the field and run and chase guys down like that? I think that'd be a little bit of a reach at this point, but they may want guys that can run and chase some of those quarterbacks down if they feel that the wide receivers that are left on the board are not the guys that they want. So they could also go Aaron Donald, defensive tackle. He's still on the board, which is very surprising to me. I don't know. I don't think Shazier will be a pick, but that's something to think about just because they need some defensive speed to catch up with those quarterbacks.
Is it Chris Long, the defensive end for the Rams? You team him up with an Aaron Donald. That's a pretty formidable group right there. Is Laurinaitis still playing for the Rams, Mickey? I know you're the big Ohio State fan here.
I think so. I don't know. I mean, I can tell. I obviously I'm a big Buckeyes fan, but I don't follow the players that much. If after they go in the league,
unless they play for the Bengals, right?
It's true. So I think he's still there. I don't know though.
What do you make of? And we kind of talked about this last week on the podcast with Joe Goodberry. What do you make of the fan base? And I saw a lot of vitriol today on Twitter regarding Roby from Ohio State and Bengals fans not wanting to take him. What do you make of that?
Part of it is character concern, I think. Part of it is there's a lot of Bengals fans that are not Buckeye fans, and if you're not a Buckeye fan in this area, you kind of have a hatred for him. So I understand that.
But even if he is going to help improve the team, wouldn't you think they would look past that?
Well, with the amount of talent in the first round for corners, it's easy to dismiss him because there's other options. But I think that he's one of the most talented ones. I mean, I think he would be a great addition to a team. So I don't know. I think part of it is just, college fandom getting in the way. With the other option, if he was the only corner, people would be pumped to have him. But it's heavy on corner right now.
One of the guys, according to Joe Goodberry and his big board, still on the board is safety Jimmy Ward from Northern Illinois. Anthony, the name that, to be fair, I haven't heard a whole lot of up until the recent weeks or so. But it sounds like the pick is in for St. Louis. It sounds like Aaron Donald is the guy. Solid choice. I'm surprised he lasted this long. And good fit in St. Louis, Anthony.
That's a great pick. You're getting potentially a guy who was projected top 5, top 7 in this draft at number 13, and you've got 2 guys on the edge who combined for, like 30 sacks or something last year, and then you bring this guy in the middle. That to me is just a very, very good pick, and I don't know that you could have. I mean, some people wanted them to take a quarterback, but I don't know that you could have had 2 better picks if you had 2 first-round picks than the Rams have had. They got a stud offensive lineman in Greg Robinson, and now Aaron Donald. That's a pretty good draft in my opinion. So they're done for the day, I think, unless they trade back in or something. But again, no Manziel. He's still on the board. I don't think Chicago, who's on the clock, is going to take him. You mentioned some safeties. I think Clinton Dix and Pryor have been the top 2 guys by most draft nicks. Joe kind of seems to be a little bit in the minority there, but from what I've heard, he likes a lot of what he sees out of Jimmy Ward, and that could be a guy that gets plucked before one of those 2 guys.
Yeah, Jimmy Ward, one of the safeties listed here on the big board. Coming up here in just a second, we'll visit with Jimmy Morris from MusicCityMiracles.com to talk about the Titans selection of Taylor Lewin, the tackle from Michigan. In fact, we do have Jimmy Morris on the Jungle line. Jimmy, thanks for joining us here on Inside the Jungle. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing excellent. Tell me about Taylor Lewin, the tackle for your new tackle there, protecting probably, I'm guessing, Jake Locker there down in Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, it became, I guess, pretty evident that Lewin was their guy. That's how you say his name. I don't know if it's Lewin or Lewan. But, yeah, I mean, apparently the Browns were trying to move back up to get Johnny Manziel, and the Titans weren't willing to move out of the spot, which surprised me a little bit, not having a third-round pick they gave up last year to move up to get Justin Hunter. But, you know, if you've got a guy that you think can be your franchise left tackle for the next decade, you get in for 5 years on the cheap. Those guys are obviously not cheap on the open market or in that second contract. You know, you got a guy there that you think can be that guy, then, you know, it doesn't hurt to take him. The interesting thing is he's probably going to sit for a year because they've still got Michael Roos, who still plays at a high level, but he is in the last year of his contract. And they just gave Michael Orr a bunch of money. You're assuming that he'll play right tackle for him next year. So, kind of interesting thing there. It's not real, I guess, exciting to take a guy at 11 that's probably going to sit for a year. But, you know, if you, like I said, if you think you can plug him in and he can be there for the next decade, you know, I guess that's a smart move.
It's a solid choice by the Titans. Clearly, they've got some issues keeping Jake Locker healthy. I'm not sure how much that boils down to the protection, but this is a solid choice as far as laying a foundation for the Ken Whisenhunt era and protecting Jake Locker.
Yeah, that's the thing, and obviously, you know, with the new coaching staff, they've got a little bit of time, so they can afford to make a pick like this. You know, if Mike Munchak had not have been fired, I don't think there's any way you would have seen this pick because they would have needed to win now. And like you said, Whisenhunt being new, he doesn't have to win now. He's going to have a little bit of time, and this is a building block, you know, for him down the road. And he had trouble putting together an offensive line when he was the head coach in Arizona. So, you know, now he's got a guy that just spent a lot of money on a right tackle. He's got, you know, a guy that just drafted that you assume will play left tackle next year when Michael Roos moves on. They got a first-round guard from last year in Chance Warmack. They got Andy Levitre, who they signed free agency. He was the best guard on the market last year. You got Brian Schwenke, who they took in the 4th round last year to play center. So, I mean, it looks like that he's got a pretty good offensive line, you know, ready for the near future. And again, that was one of the things that haunted him in Arizona. And then, like you said, I mean, now they got to answer the question at quarterback. Can they keep Jake Locker healthy? And if he does stay healthy, is he the answer? That's something we don't really know right now. But, you know, hopefully that's something they'll be able to find out in 2014.
What's the fans' initial reaction? I know it's been about 20 to 25 minutes. What have you heard from the folks over there at MusicCityMiracles.com? How are the fans reacting?
It's not pretty. They're not happy. I don't really know what they want. A lot of guys have fallen in love with Aaron Donald. But, you know, with the transition to 3-4, he's a lot like Jarrell Casey, who the Titans have, who's, you know, one of their best players. So I'm not really sure where he fits in this new defense. So, I mean, that was a guy that a lot of the people at our site kind of fallen in love with. So disappointed to see him on the board and that not be the pick. But, you know, outside of that, I mean, there's not a guy. They didn't have a huge need. They you know, Altron Werner left in free agency, so a lot of the national people assumed that they would draft a corner early, but they liked the guys that were behind Werner on the roster between Lee Ray Wilson and Cody Sensabaugh. They think that one of those guys can play that spot. So they didn't really have any glaring needs. You know, most mocks had given Anthony Barr to the Titans, but he was obviously off the board. So, you know, if you're not going to take Johnny Manziel, then, you know, I don't really know who you know, a pick would have been a lot better that people would have been really excited about.
Do they take a quarterback maybe mid second round spot, or maybe even a round or two beyond that? Do you think they still maybe look for some developmental guy or grab one of these quarterbacks that ends up falling? I mean, we mentioned on the show before you came on the air, there's only been one quarterback taken so far through 14 picks. So do they maybe grab one that falls their way in the second round, or do they wait a little later, or are they just going to ignore that altogether?
I would be surprised to see them take a quarterback in the second round. I think they definitely take one before this draft's over. And like you said, I mean, now you've got these guys falling. You know, how much further is Johnny Manziel going to fall? We don't know that. What about Teddy Bridgewater? And then you assume you got a few teams that are still going to take a quarterback. Obviously, the Browns. The rumor is like I said, they were trying hard to move up in front of the Cowboys to try to get Johnny Manziel. So you assume that he'll be off the board before the end of the first round. I can't see Teddy Bridgewater making it past at least the Texans at the beginning of the second round if he falls that far. So then you got guys like Derek Carr, who the Titans reportedly like. Then you've got Zach Mettenberger, those kind of guys. That I wouldn't be surprised to see them take in the second round, or are they willing to wait until the fourth round because they don't have a third round pick, like I said earlier. A guy like Aaron Murray, could he fall that far? A guy that they've been pretty familiar with him being from Georgia. So yeah, I think they do take a quarterback before this draft's over, and I wouldn't be surprised at all to see them take one in the second round. Going into this season, assuming that Jake Locker's your starter, but if he gets hurt again or if he doesn't play well, he's in the last year of his contract, and it would be helpful to already have the guys you think can be the guy in 2015. It'd be helpful to already have him in house and have him learning the system this next year.
Well, the Tennessee Titans make a solid choice with a franchise left tackle who may be sitting out a year this fall. But we appreciate Jimmy Morris from MusicCityMiracles.com stopping by. Hey, Jimmy, enjoy the rest of your night, man. All right.
All right, man. Thanks for having me on.
That's Jimmy Morris from Music City Miracles joining us here on Inside the Jungle. Tennessee with the new coaching staff, the left tackle, solid choice. We kind of touched on that. They need to protect Jake Locker, but it sounds like folks in Tennessee aren't happy with the pick. I guess that's the way it goes sometimes here on the NFL draft. It looks like the Pittsburgh Steelers currently on the clock, and the pick might already be in, according to our very own Anthony Cosenza breaking the news in our own chat room.
It is in.
Can you fill us in?
They took Mickey's boy, Shazier.
That sucks.
Yeah, big time.
Wow. That's surprising, but also makes a lot of sense.
Well, I mean, they have a history of drafting pretty solid linebackers there in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, a little bit.
So there you have it. A guy that was rumored to maybe possibly make it down to the Bengals at 24 is off the board. Mickey, for those you're the Ohio State fan here on this show. Tell us about Shazier and how he'll fit in there in Pittsburgh.
Well, he's small, so I think he's like 230, but he's so fast. He ran like a 4.4, I think. I don't know, something ridiculous. But he'll be great. Pressuring quarterbacks, getting in, but then also a guy that's going to be able to cover anyone in that slot position. I don't know. Like, I'm having nightmares right now. The Steelers having Shazier.
Not to mention the Browns
right.
locking up another cornerback too. So
I mean, it's going to stink having him go against us. Like, I don't know that. I mean, he's a solid player, and I think as he gets bigger, he's going to be a good player in the NFL.
AC, your thoughts on Shazier heading to Pittsburgh?
It's a pretty funny thing how you look at the draft. Most people would sit there and say, right, Shazier went 15th. That's probably a little bit of a reach. But then you look at the team he went to, and you sit there and you go, okay, that makes perfect sense. And Mickey kind of touched on it a little bit, and it's a little bit flattering sitting here covering the Bengals and being a fan of the team. It seems as if so far the two teams that have picked in this first round are making picks to gear up against the Bengals. The Browns took a cornerback to gear up against the Bengals wide receiver core. Now you got a guy going to Pittsburgh and Shazier that can rush the quarterback. He could probably run with some of those the two tight ends that the Bengals have and can cover them pretty well, and he can kind of range the field. So you kind of got two very rangy, although Troy Polamalu has lost a step and has been injured. He's almost played a rangy linebacker type of role many times himself. So now you got him, and you got Shazier that can kind of blitz from the outside and cover a lot of ground. I think if it was any other team, I'd call it a reach, but because it's the Pittsburgh Steelers, I think it's a great pick.
We'll be speaking with Neil Coulong of Behind the Steel Curtain coming up after the break here at just after 10 o'clock. The Dallas Cowboys currently on the clock. I just saw Ed Werder on the Four Letter Network. They're showing images of Johnny Manziel, not on a telephone, of course. But this is an interesting pick. The Dallas Cowboys, year after year, continue to amaze us. You know Jerry Jones wants to put butts in the seats. Is Manziel the guy, Mickey?
It makes a lot of sense, I think.
But what do you do with Romo, who's 34, coming off another back surgery, and making a huge chunk of change?
No, I know. He can't. I mean, he can't just dump him. That'd be a huge cap hit, I assume. But Jerry likes the show. He likes, like you said, selling merchandise and tickets, and there'd be no bigger way to do it than for this to happen.
I saw some rumors today, Anthony, that the Cowboys were actually shopping Romo to the Texans.
Yeah, I don't know. I think just because the Cowboys are one of, if not the most popular team in the league right now, my guess is that because they're taking it down to 50 seconds or so, they're probably talking to teams to try to see if anyone wants to trade up to get Manziel at this point. I don't think they take him. I think that's too big of a circus, and Romo's already gotten so much scrutiny there. Imagine having Manziel breathing down his neck on the bench. I don't know if that's the smartest pick. I mean, the value is there, but for their sake, I mean, I don't know that that's the best pick. I think safety probably should be the pick.
I was just going to say that. I think they'll go safety. I bet it took so long because they're shopping.
Yeah, that's what I think too. But the pick is apparently. That'd be interesting.
Well, according to Jumpman in the chat room. So.
I think that the Cowboys, if they were coming off a couple of playoff appearances, they could afford to sit there and say, okay, let's look towards the future and pick our quarterback, given what you said about Romo and his health and all that stuff. But they've been in the 8-8 mode. They need to win now. I think they need a player that could come in and start day one and impact the team, and Manziel doesn't do that because they've got Romo there. So that's why I don't think he's the pick. I don't know. Like you both said, you never know with this team there, and Jerry Jones at the helm. He's a wild card.
Well, the hat has kind of been tipped. The ESPN's been showing footage of Johnny Manziel in the green room, not on a phone, not celebrating. The pick is currently in, so it sounds like it's not Manziel, but crazier things have happened, I guess. This team, and it's funny. A lot of people today, as I was watching the coverage on the NFL Network today, I saw Marshall Faulk talking about it. I saw Donovan McNabb talking about it. Despite Houston having the first overall draft pick in this draft, a lot of people feel that Houston is a closer contender to the Super Bowl than Dallas, who's drafting midway through the first round. What do you make of that?
If you're asking me, I think it makes sense from the fact that Houston is basically a quarterback away from being a very competitive team. They've got a great defense. They've got some weapons on the outside. They've got DeAndre Hopkins, Andre Johnson, whatnot. So that makes sense. Dallas just needs help in a lot of different areas, and they actually made a very sensible pick. In case you guys hadn't seen, they picked Zach Martin out of Notre Dame, which that's a very sensible pick for them.
Yeah, solid pick, especially when you consider your quarterback's coming off another back surgery and seems to he's been getting battered quite a bit over the last couple of years, Mickey. I mean, that's a good choice by the Cowboys.
It's a very good choice. Very surprising. I wouldn't have picked offensive line for them there. I really thought the longer it was, the more it was going to be a safety, but that is a great pick, and I mean, people are going to be angry, but that's probably one of the best picks for them in that position.
Well, as I'm watching the coverage here on the Four Letter Network, the Dallas Cowboys fans there in New York in attendance are clapping and excited. So that's a good choice. As a Notre Dame fan, I don't know if you guys could tell based on the flag in the studio. Guy was solid. A great 4-year starter here at Notre Dame. A really good player, and I think the Cowboys got a steal here at 16 here in the first round of the NFL draft. Coming up here in about 20 minutes or so, we'll be talking with Katie Drummond from bloggingtheboys.com to get his take on the pick, to get the pulse of the fan base there in Dallas as they have selected Zach Martin the offensive tackle from Notre Dame. We're going to take our 4th timeout of the evening. As I said, coming up in just a bit, we'll be talking with Neil Coulong from Behind the Steel Curtain. Don't go anywhere. Inside the Jungle will return. What's happening, Bengals fans? It's Inside the Jungle, hour number 3. Believe it or not, we've done 2 hours of this already. We're in hour number 3, and we're about halfway through the evening. The New York Jets currently on the clock. We'll tell you who Baltimore selected here in just a couple minutes. Hopefully we'll be joined on the phone by Neil Coulong of BehindTheSteelCurtain.com to discuss the Pittsburgh Steelers drafting Ryan Shazier from The Ohio State University. But we'd love to hear from you, though, Bengals fans, if you're watching us live. 404-946-3397 is the number to call. You can also send us your tweets at Nick Suberling on the Twitter. Mickey, Anthony, I'll start with you, Mickey. What are your thoughts so far on the night?
It's good. There's been a lot of picks that made a lot of sense. There's a couple head scratchers, like I would say the Ravens pick just now is a little bit of a head scratcher for me. But it's good. I mean, this is fun, right?
Absolutely. It's a blast. This is why we do stuff like this. It's something that we've been talking about for weeks. It's good to kind of get the show on the road as far as the draft. We've been waiting an extra 3 weeks. Anthony is shaking his head. C.J. Mosley is the pick, linebacker from Alabama, heading to Baltimore. Anthony, you disappointed? What's on your mind?
Well, that's again, we talked about Shazier being a very Pittsburgh Steeler pick. I think this is a very Ravens pick. And, of course, you have to know that ESPN, who has Ray Lewis doing the coverage, when they pick C.J. Mosley, they're throwing up shots of Ray Lewis along with shots of C.J. Mosley. So
let's put him in the same category.
But Mosley's a football player. He's a solid player. I think he's a good player for them. And even though they kind of plugged some holes a little bit at linebacker through free agency and whatnot, especially last year, I think they still missed that guy that can be on the field for 3 downs. Perhaps Mosley is that guy. You asked the question, what stuck out to me? Obviously, the 3 picks, from the AFC North so far, that has stuck out to me. Now we're getting into a territory where the Bengals are on the clock in about six picks or so, and you have 1 quarterback taken, and potentially by the time they get on the clock, there's only 1 team that could be picking a quarterback, and that's the Arizona Cardinals. That to me I don't think that the Bengals will still spring 4-1 if Manziel and Bridgewater are on the board. I don't think that's going to be the case. The guy to watch that's still on the board is Darqueze Dennard. He's still on the board, and I think he's a very good fit for what the Bengals like to do. Very physical guy, press corner, very technically sound, one of those high floor, low ceiling guys. He might have reached close to his potential, but it's a plug-and-play starter, so he could be a guy that the Bengals target at 24, even with those quarterbacks on the board.
Well, as promised, we're joined here on the Jungle Line by Neil Coulong from BehindTheSteelCurtain.com to discuss the Steelers taking Ryan Shazier from The Ohio State University. Neil, what are your thoughts on the pick, man?
Well, we love those Buckeyes, right? It seems to be kind of a thing. The Steelers pick 15th in the draft. They draft a really fast linebacker. It's the second time they've had the 15th pick since 2007. The first time they took Lawrence Timmons. Now they take Shazier. I broke him down in January or so. I had heard the name. To be honest, I don't follow a whole lot of college football as it's going on. I really just do stuff January on just for the sake of the draft. And I honestly, I really liked him the first time I saw him. He's insanely fast. He's an explosive, instinctive player. And to be honest, I think the Steelers might even have won 2 games more last season if they had another inside linebacker who, actually belonged on an NFL field his rookie year. Last season, the biggest issue they had defensively was not the age, it was the youth. And a big part of that was Vince Williams at the other inside linebacker position opposite Lawrence Timmons. And it definitely fills a need. It boosts their overall team speed and athleticism quite a bit. So in my mind, it is somewhat of a surprise pick just because a lot of people didn't think they'd really go with him that high in this draft. I'm excited for it. I think it's a very good pick.
You've had some losses in the linebacker core this offseason, but you get a guy who's a little bit undersized but has a chance to grow as he gets older in this league. Where does he fit? Is he inside, or are they going to maybe experiment, play him outside?
It's interesting that you ask that because they had the same questions of Lawrence Timmons when they drafted him. And initially, there's some back and forth about this, depending on what Steelers fan you ask. Initially, they brought him outside. They gave him a look out there, whether it worked out or they just had more of a need for him inside. They moved him back to what seemed to be a more natural inside position. I think they'll do the same thing with Shazier. From what I heard of it, he put on 12 pounds where he was playing at in college to the combine, and he still ran like a 4.37 or whatever it was at his pro day. So you're looking at a kid that put on some weight. I'm going to guess that the bulk of it's probably muscle, and he's still fast. At least without pads, he didn't slow down any, putting on 12 pounds. That's impressive. That's an athlete. So in my mind, that's more of a flow to the ball type of guy. He's probably not going to be quite big enough overall, long enough to play on the outside. But as an inside player, I think they really can make something for him work. It'd be nice to have a good linebacking core in Pittsburgh again.
Pittsburgh linebacker, they kind of go hand in hand. I believe this is the second year in a row they've gotten a linebacker in the first round. What's the fans' take? Obviously, they're probably pretty happy to get a solid linebacker here in the first round.
The immediate reaction that I saw, I was actually doing that right when you guys called, so I missed the call initially. I apologize for that. The immediate reaction was just kind of like, wow, oh yeah, but this guy can run, and he's a linebacker. The Steelers fans like linebackers, and 2 years in a row, but you know what? They needed it. You can't play with Vince Williams as your starting linebacker for 16 games. It's just not going to work. So in that regard, I think they'll be excited. If they see him on the field, they're going to see him move. And it's hard to argue defense today is about speed, and they got a big addition to that today.
Neil, thanks again for joining us again on the show here. I know it's a busy day for you, but was, in your eyes, was linebacker a bigger need for the Steelers than cornerback? And if it was, when do you see the Steelers potentially addressing the cornerback position?
That's I think that's a really tough question, and I think it's one that was debated right up to the second they finally decided on their guy. Darqueze Dennard is an excellent corner. He's a very good player. I would imagine if he hasn't been taken here already, I'm not watching it now, but I think he'll do good things in the league. I think they really weighed the two of them just as players, and really what they're saying by that is we can probably get another cornerback who can come in and learn our system and compete, hopefully for a starting job by next season, which is really what they're going to need to find in this draft. But you're not going to find too many 237-pound linebackers that run a 4.37. You just don't. That's Patrick Willis level speed, which I believe he was a 15th pick overall as well. So in reference to that, you don't find players like that particularly often, and really I think that's the guy you have to take if you're deciding between those two.
Well, Neil Coolong from BehindTheSteelCurtain.com giving us the pulse of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Thanks for joining us, Neil. Enjoy the rest of your night, man.
Definitely. Thanks for having me.
That's Neil Coolong. Go check him out over at Behind the Steel Curtain. I know it's a rival site, but they do some good things over there. The Jets currently on the clock. Apparently the pick is in. The commissioner is at the podium. Not sure where they're going here. I'm getting some feedback in the chat room. Rex does it again. I'm not sure what that means.
It's Calvin Pryor, guys.
Calvin Pryor off the board. The first safety taken in this in the draft. I don't know what your thoughts are as far as Calvin Pryor goes. A lot of people were kind of hoping he might fall to the Bengals. Had a pretty solid career there at Louisville. What's your guys' take?
Feels a need for him. I think he kind of does everything pretty well. He's rangy. He's pretty physical. Some people compare him to a bigger Bob Sanders from what I've been hearing. So if that's the case, then the Jets got themselves a heck of a football player. And a lot of people thought that Brandon Cooks, the wide receiver out of Oregon State, might have been the pick right there. But to the Jets' credit, they didn't get the 4th or 5th or even 6th rated wide receiver at the number 18 spot. They got potentially the number 1 safety in the draft at that spot. So they took the best player who they felt at his position at that spot, and that's a pretty good pick in my opinion.
Calvin Pryor, Mickey, currently 43rd on the Goodberry big board. Pretty low on his list, but still a pretty solid player heading to New York.
Yeah. I think that there's a pretty big group of Bengals fans that would have wanted to see him in Cincinnati, but I don't think that's a major loss for us. I'm of the opinion that safety is really not one of the biggest needs for us. We've had some injuries and things that have affected the position, but I like the potential of what we have back there. I think corner is a bigger need, but I'm still intrigued by who's on the board. There's still some great players. There's still some players that some people think are great. In the quarterbacks. It's just going to be interesting the closer it gets to our pick because it's coming, and I'm in my head. I'm trying to like see who's available, who I think the next few teams are going to take, because when we get to pick 22 and there's just a couple in front of us, it's going to be pretty. It's going to be there's a lot of players that I would take for the Bengals.
You mentioned there's some big names still on the board. Teddy Bridgewater, a guy in Johnny Manziel who many thought could end up in Dallas. And speaking of the Dallas Cowboys, we're joined on the jungle line by Katie Drummond from bloggingtheboys.com. Katie, thanks for joining us here on Inside the Jungle. Katie, are you there? Oh, I can't hear you. We'll try to get him back on the program to talk about their selection with Zach Martin going to Dallas. We haven't heard Teddy Bridgewater's name yet. In fact, he's the number one player on Joe Goodberry's big board. Anthony, I'll throw it over to you. Is he going to go in the first round? Is this going to be another slide much like Geno Smith a year ago?
He could go in the first round. I don't know that he'll go before Manziel. I'm starting to get the sentiment that some of these teams, perhaps even the Bengals, towards the end of the first round, they might start listening to trade offers from some of these teams in the second round to move up and grab one of these guys that falls. I would not be surprised to see the Browns. They're at 26. They could wait to see who falls to them. They may move up. Again, we're looking at. I mentioned only one team. There are two teams that could be interested in a quarterback at this point. We mentioned Arizona Cardinals as kind of an heir apparent to Carson Palmer there. Kansas City also, apparently Alex Smith is in the last year of his deal. Adam Schefter came on from ESPN and mentioned that. So that's another possibility. I do think Kansas City could probably fill a couple of other needs, perhaps tackle since they lost Brandon Albert in free agency and whatnot. So I don't know if quarterback is truly the route they want to go. But I'm going to bet that if these guys are sticking around in the 20s, the Bridgewater and Manziel, you're going to see teams like potentially the Bengals, New England, maybe even San Francisco, some of these teams that don't need a quarterback. They'll listen to some trade offers, maybe grab more picks, move back, and kind of stockpile their team that way. Now, Darqueze Dennard is still on the board if we're talking about the Bengals strictly. So is Brandon Cooks. Two guys who have Dennard especially has been often mocked to the Bengals. So those are two guys to watch for Cincinnati if they don't move too.
Well, let's try this again. I think we've got Katie Drummond from bloggingtheboys.com on the jungle line. Katie, can you hear me?
I am here. Thanks for having me on today.
Appreciate you taking the time. Zach Martin, the tackle from Notre Dame, heading down to Big D. What are your thoughts?
Oh, I love the pick. We got a little bit excited. The dream of every Cowboys fan was Aaron Donald. He started to slip in the draft. I actually anticipated him going top 10 easily based on his talent. He made it all the way to 13, so our hearts were palpitating a little bit, thinking that Donald may fall, but Zach Martin was always going to be the pick for the Cowboys if the board fell how everybody expected it to. He was a 9th-rated player on my board. They're probably going to fit him at the offensive guard position. Put Bernardo in a situation where he's the backup swing, backup guard, backup center. There's a possibility they want to kick him out to tackle after Doug Free moves on. Myself personally, I think he's just going to be an awesome guard. His limitations physically are basically minimized at the guard position. He has an issue with lateral quickness and guys that have speed around the edge. That's not going to be an issue for him at guard. He has great hand technique. His stance is awesome. The way that he backpedals is awesome. The way he punches and pushes forward. I love the pick all in all for the Dallas Cowboys.
There was a lot of talk today, Katie, about the possibility of Johnny Manziel being on the board at 16. He was there. Was there any chance that he was going to be a Cowboy?
I seriously doubt it. I believe that the Cowboys were going along with the media creation of Johnny Football coming to them. I don't think they would have made the pick simply because of everything that would have gone along with Johnny Football being in Dallas behind Romo and all of the drama that would have caused. Myself personally, I think that he would have been a perfect fit as the heir apparent for Romo, sitting behind Romo for a couple of years, let him develop, let him work out the kinks in his game. I do see the potential in Johnny Football to be a top-line NFL quarterback in the future. But all in all, I just think it would have been too much drama, too much going on for the Cowboys. Now, I do think they need to get another quarterback in the pipeline. The Cowboys rarely go there in the draft. They haven't drafted a quarterback in the top 3 rounds in the last 10 drafts. This makes it, if they continue this way, this will make 11 drafts. Very few teams have done that. Only 3 others in the league. 2 of them have made big trades for quarterbacks, the Bears and the Texans. So they could easily use somebody to replace Kyle Orton in his high contract, but I just didn't see any way that they were going to do it with Johnny Football, despite all of the media trying to push him there. And that was basically the theme of the entire NFL Network broadcast, was getting Johnny Manziel to Dallas.
KD, this is Anthony Cosenza. Thanks again for joining us. I know it's a crazy day, especially for your team, which is quite a popular one around the NFL. So, first of all, I personally speaking, I really thought that was a solid pick. But you made a great segue from my question regarding quarterback. Romo's coming off that back issue. He is in his 30s. Do the Cowboys maybe sit there at the middle of the second round, maybe even middle of the third round, and see which quarterbacks fall their way and maybe pull the trigger earlier than some people think, since they passed on Manziel?
It's a very interesting theory that you have there. I could see it happening. The only issue is that the Cowboys need so much on defense. And I'm one of those people, and I tell followers and commenters all the time, don't automatically associate a first-round pick with your biggest need. And that's a recipe for disaster that leads you to reaching. Teams don't think that way, at least quality teams don't think that way. But you do have to answer the bell when it comes to the defense, and the Cowboys need help all over the place at every level of the defense. Interior, defensive line, edge rusher. They lost to Marcus Ware, obviously. They could use another linebacker. They need a single high center field safety, which are very limited in this draft. There's only a handful that I think would make an improvement. They have an overpaid corner and a young corner that hasn't made his way yet in Morris Claiborne, and Brandon Carr obviously being the overpaid guy, so they could easily go there. There's just so much that they need on defense. I'd kind of be hard-pressed to see them make a move to get a quarterback, but if somebody falls, if a guy like Bridgewater falls down to their spot in the second round, which I doubt, they do like Garoppolo, obviously the Eastern Illinois connection. Everybody wants to make that connection. I actually think I fathered that back in October when I realized how good this guy was, and seeing him eventually making his way to the Cowboys. So there are some possibilities, but I probably, if I was a betting man, I would probably say the Cowboys aren't going to go quarterback anywhere in this draft until later, 4th round or later, maybe Aaron Murray, maybe a guy like David Fales. That's a possibility. Later guys like Keith Munning, or maybe some 7th rounder or UDFAs that might interest them a little bit. I think they'll go there simply because of the Kyle Orton situation. He's holding out. It looks like he's holding out for more money, even though it's only voluntary workouts, but they pay him so much already. But with Romo's back injury, I think that's the angle that he's going for, is to try to force Cowboys' hand to say, hey, you definitely need a secure backup. Brandon Weeden, we brought him in. So the Cowboys do not have a solid situation behind Romo, and even if you consider 2 back surgeries in 1 year, it's a little bit dicey at the quarterback position.
He's KD Drummond giving us the pulse of the Cowboys and talking about the pick of Zach Martin, the offensive lineman from Notre Dame. Go check him out over at bloggingtheboys.com. Hey, KD, thanks for taking the time, man. Enjoy the night.
Hey, appreciate you guys having me on. Take care.
Thank you. That's KD Drummond giving us the pulse of the Cowboys here on Inside the Jungle. The Miami Dolphins have made an interesting selection. As we were speaking with KD there on the horn, Mickey, it was interesting watching the chat room kind of erupt about the pick. What do you got for us?
That's interesting. Reaching for a lineman, and then it seems like been a trade, so the Saints have jumped up, and they have the Cardinals pick. So for those of you that thought the Cardinals may be taking a quarterback, it doesn't look like that's happening right now.
So the Saints have moved up.
So they're on the clock.
Okay, so they've moved up with the trade from Arizona. They're, I'm assuming, swapping firsts.
Yeah, that's how they have it on the draft tracker.
Okay, so the Arizona moving down to 27.
Mm-hmm.
So New Orleans, Anthony, they're moving up. Where do they go?
They could go pass rusher here. There's only been one defensive end off the board. You've got some of those hybrid guys coming off. They could go Coney Ely. They could go D Ford, who kind of fits a little bit more there. They could also go. You think Ford, Mickey? Yeah.
That's just my gut. When they did that, that's my first thought.
My second inkling is somewhere in the secondary. Either you go Clinton Dix or Darqueze Dennard, who are both on the board right now. You got to figure, even with Drew Brees' age, that they're not going to trade up to get a quarterback. I don't think that's the case. I think they need a little help on defense. I think it's either pass rusher or secondary help at this point. And if it is pass rusher, Mickey and I seem to agree. I think it's probably D Ford, if anybody.
Any chances they go quarterback, considering the age of Drew Brees? No.
I don't think so. Yeah.
I mean, as Mike Hudson in the chat room brings up a good point, I remember when the Saints traded ahead of the Bengals to get Cedric Ellis. Remember how well that worked out. Defensively, a year ago, the Saints were pretty solid. Another year under first-year defensive coordinator Rob Ryan came in there. Saints did quite well. The Saints, I believe they lost. What's his name? Darren Sproles.
They lost Darren Sproles, yeah. So Brandon Cooks could be a guy.
They also lost Lance Moore.
Yeah.
He's not, he's no Marcus Colston, but even Marcus Colston not getting any younger. There's a chance. Obviously they've got some issues at tight end. They need to lock up the Jimmy Graham situation. He's been franchised. So, according to Albert Breer, Cardinals got the Saints' third-round pick to move back 7 spots from 20 to 27. So solid move for the Cardinals at least.
Yeah, I think so too. And really the Cardinals, you look at it, they probably sit there and they go, we've got some needs. I mean, their defense is pretty solid from what I remember. They could use a backup quarterback to develop behind Palmer. Maybe a little O-line help, but moving back, getting an extra third, and getting probably another solid player back at 27 is a pretty good move.
Well, we're coming up on the pick, Mickey. We're on pick 20. The Bengals not so far away. What have you been reading on social media? Anything? Have you seen anything as far as an inkling of where the Bengals may go?
No, on Twitter you got your pocket fans wanting the quarterback. You got some talking Dennard, so I don't know. I don't see him going quarterback, but who knows?
2 pretty big names at quarterback still on the board. Coming up after the break, we'll be talking about the quarterbacks, and we'll be talking a little bit more about where the Bengals go. Stick around. Inside the Jungle, we'll be back. Welcome back to Inside the Jungle. Coming up on 10:30 here on the East Coast as we're covering the entire first round of the NFL Draft. I'm hanging out with my good pals Mickey Menser and Anthony Cosenza. I'm Nick Superling, and the Bengals pick is coming up here, believe it or not, in just a couple minutes. Mickey, the Saints pick is in. They go wide receiver.
They do. We kind of teased that a little bit, based on the age of the guys there. They definitely like to throw the ball. It makes sense. I think they'll be happy with the pick. Speedy guy. I'm just surprised. I thought they would go, try to improve that defense. But once again, it makes the Bengals pick that much more interesting.
It does make the pick interesting. There are some guys still on the board. According to the Joe Goodberry big board, Teddy Bridgewater, the number 2 overall prospect, still on the board, followed by Jimmy Ward, who's rated number 9 according to Joe Goodberry. Jason Verrett, the cornerback from TCU, we've talked about recently here on Inside the Jungle. Dominique Easley, the defensive tackle from Florida. Terrence Brooks, D. Ford, still on the board. So there are some pretty big names, and now that we're getting closer and closer to this Bengals pick, there are a lot of names on this board where Bengals fans might actually be quite satisfied with.
Yeah. I'm still trying to do that math in my head. I think the Packers take Dix here, so that's another guy that could be intriguing for the Bengals if that's the route they wanted to go. But it leaves a lot of guys on the board, like we're saying. I don't know, Nick. Throw it on you. What if these quarterbacks are there? Like, what's your call?
Man, I really don't know. I kind of talked about it last night in our after party show, that a guy like Manziel would just bring some excitement to this team on offense. It would get, for a team that struggles putting fans in the seats, that pick that might do some things as far as attendance goes.
At the beginning.
He's fun to watch. Right, at the beginning. He's fun to watch. He wins ball games. Do you like his off-field stuff? No, but I just don't see them doing it.
But if you missed on that pick, you're screwed. You've set your team back.
And there's a chance too that he could be there in the second round.
Yeah, I mean,
most of these teams now picking have quarterbacks, so it could be a while.
Right.
AC, your thoughts on the potentially a quarterback here in the first round with Bridgewater and Manziel still on the board?
I don't see it. Packers are going in right now. This could be Denard or Clinton Dix. It is Clinton Dix, it looks like. So that safety's off the board. It still looks like Denard is probably the front runner for the Bengals at this point. I don't see them taking a quarterback in the first round. I just don't see it. Maybe if one of these guys falls to them in the second round, that could be an option. But I still think you look corner, you look offensive line, you look defensive line, and you look running back within those first 3 to 4 rounds, somewhere in that. See who falls your way at those positions, because we mentioned it when Paul Denner was on the show. The Bengals had a team rushing average of 3.6 yards per carry last year. So you can throw a lot of stuff at Dalton if you want, but you can't run the ball. It's squarely on a guy's shoulders that you don't want throwing the ball 40 or 50 times. So I think if you shore up the secondary a little bit, you maybe get someone on the interior line, and then maybe another running back. That could be your best bet for the first 3 or 4 picks. If a quarterback falls to you that you really like, then maybe you go that way. I don't see one at 24 personally. They are almost on the clock, though.
That's right. They are almost on the clock. The pick is in, and you're right. It is Clinton Dix. He'll be heading up to Green Bay there to play safety for the Packers. Coming up in probably at half hour or so, we'll be joined by Jason Hirschhorn from AcmePackingCompany.com to get his take on the selection by Green Bay. So let's focus in on the Bengals now. We've been all over the board tonight covering all the NFL teams, and we're glad everybody here joining us here at CincyJungle.com/live, seeing a lot of new faces here in the chat room. We're 80 deep, man. That's pretty awesome. That's a new record, I think, for a live show. So kudos to everybody who tuned in live. Thank you to everybody who has stuck around the entire evening here at CincyJungle.com. Question marks at safety, question marks at cornerback, question marks at quarterback, Mickey. We've kind of we've talked about it. They also need a defensive lineman to replace Michael Johnson. What are your thoughts, man? We're getting closer.
I'm still gonna stick to my original pick when I first jumped on. I still think that's where they're gonna go. But it is interesting. I mean, we're 3 picks away. And yeah. I don't. I mean, what else we say? It just needs to get here. I think.
One thought. Sorry to cut you off, Mick, but just one thought, and maybe you can chime in since sounds like you're debating so heavily over there.
Yeah.
All 3 of their division rivals went defense, and their division rivals likely went defense because the Bengals were a top 10 offense last year, and just the AFC North in general is a defensive division. Do you guys think, and not quarterback necessarily, but is offense in play here at 24? Offensive line, don't think running back, but wide receiver. I don't know. I mean, is that a possibility given how not only how the board has fallen, but what the other teams in the division have done?
I'd be pretty shocked if they went offense. You know, you're pretty deep in your receivers. It's not really a big need. I don't know. I would be disappointed if that was the pick. I really think it's going to be on the defensive side of the ball. And what I'm struggling with is, do they go, up on the line, or do they go into the secondary? And that's honestly what I'm debating in my head. Like I don't think they go quarterback at all. I mean, that's never been something that I was thinking. So it's really between those two, and it's almost like I'm making the pick. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm kind of agonizing over it, even though it doesn't matter what I think.
Tortured, some would say.
I did read that. That's funny. So yeah, that's what I'm really. Do I like Ely? Do I like a corner? I don't know. This is awesome. I mean, I think that the Bengals have proven themselves, like we've talked about, to be excellent in the draft. So I'm pretty excited to see where they go. It's almost like they're tip of their hand on where this, semi-new coaching regime is going to start rebuilding or start adding to the success of the guys that just left.
If there are question marks on your mind as far as where they can go, I'd imagine looking at their board, there's probably some guys they think, well, maybe if we move down, get some more picks later on in the draft, maybe a first rounder next year, you never know. Maybe they could move down and acquire some more picks. I mean, there's still a lot of guys that are pretty solid here left on this board. I know Bengals fans are up in arms about the whole Roby thing. But could be available there later in the first round, maybe early second round. We still don't know what's going on with Denard. I'm surprised he hasn't been taken yet here in this draft. There are a number of players left on these boards that you kind of think, well, maybe they're aligning themselves to move down. Maybe a team like Arizona moves up, but Arizona at this point, they don't even need to move up because nobody's going to be taking quarterbacks these next 7 picks.
The Browns traded with the Eagles.
Dun dun dun. Where's my breaking news music when you need it? So the Browns have moved back up into the first round to trade. They traded with the Eagles, right?
They're on the clock.
Is that a done deal?
Yes, it's on the NFL page.
So Cleveland. I'm updating my spreadsheet as Cleveland just wheeling and dealing tonight, AC.
But what's weird is they still have their 26th pick.
Yeah, what, they still have that?
Yeah.
So they didn't trade the 26th overall. They traded it.
Something else.
They must have traded then. They must have traded the picks they got earlier from Buffalo. right? If they still have 26 and they got to 22,
Yeah, I don't know what the trade is yet.
they would have 3 first-round picks this year?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, the good news is we'll actually be speaking with Mike Kay from BleedingGreenNation.com to get his take on the Eagles pick, or on the Eagles trade. Amos in the chat room says, "Uh-oh." It's looking more and more maybe a possibility that the pick here is Manziel.
Yeah, I totally think it is.
A lot
Yeah,
of people upset in the
has
chat
to be.
room.
Has to be. And that's a heck of a value.
But why would you trade back up? I mean, at this point, I'm looking at the teams who are on the board, and I don't even know if you need them.
Gosh.
I did hear that Minnesota was trying to trade.
They gave up their 3rd-round pick this year in order to move up 4 spots. So they still kept their 1st-round pick next year too. So they have 3 first-round picks this year and 2 next year.
All right, so the pick is in. They don't get an additional pick in this round, right? I mean, the Philly's just moving back to that spot.
Yeah, so it's up to
you're
you
right.
now.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. You're right. Yes. So you're right. Yeah.
Okay, so all right, so the Browns, the pick is in. They're showing an image of Johnny Manziel, not necessarily smiling, not on the phone. Not sure what to think here. Do you guys have any more inside information? I don't know how up to date my my stream here is on my iPad. Anthony is looking up at this television screen. What's on your mind, AC?
It's Johnny middle name football.
So
That's who
he's
they-
the tank.
Yeah.
All right. So the Browns, they get another cornerback in Justin Gilbert, and now they have, believe it's a quarterback in Johnny Manziel. He's got 4. Well, maybe who knows what will happen with the Browns' history with drafting quarterbacks in this league, Mickey, has been well documented.
Oh, yeah.
But at least he'll give the fan base some excitement.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to sell those tickets. The Browns, I mean,
They don't have problems selling tickets there, but you know what I mean.
But and they're showing their fans they're trying, whether they're doing the right moves. They definitely have made efforts to improve that team.
Oh, he looks unhappy. The Browns fans are excited, but he looks unhappy.
Yeah. You had to guess he was going there at some point. And of course he's, flashing signs as he walks up on stage. What a guy.
They've already got his contract numbers out.
Are you serious?
What?
Yeah, because it's slotted.
Oh, good point.
Yeah.
So he'll get an $8.2 million contract, a $4.3 million signing bonus.
He took a slide like Brady Quinn, and he took a slide like Aaron Rodgers. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. So in Cleveland, the Johnny football era has begun. A new head coaching regime, new front office, new owner. Cleveland's not messing around.
No, and you know what? The 2 guys they took are boomer bust guys. So these 2 guys they took could make or break their football team, especially Manziel.
I'm just now seeing him flashing the dollar signs walking up on stage. That's all right.
Classy.
Glad I live in the state of Ohio, Northwest Ohio, where his games are shown. Awesome. So exciting. Well, regardless, the pick is in for the Browns. Johnny Manziel is the quarterback taken, another first-round draft pick taken by the Browns, a quarterback. We know the last time they took a quarterback in the first round, Brandon Weeden. We see how that worked out. Again, he's exciting. He's Johnny Football for a reason. What kind of problems does he pose a defense like the Bengals, guys? I mean, what do we make of this?
I mean, you know my opinion on the state of the quarterbacks going into this draft, so I don't think just because he went to a division rival, it makes him a better quarterback. I think he's going to struggle in the NFL, and I kind of I'm going to enjoy watching him struggle in Cleveland.
Well said.
He very well could. He's got some surrounding talent now, though. He's got Josh Gordon. He's got Andrew Hawkins. He's got a decent defense to lean on. the height thing is going to play against him. The one thing, if we're talking from a Bengals perspective, that I think plays into the favor of Manziel and the Browns and against the Bengals is his ability to scramble. The Bengals' defense, as solid as it's been over the past half decade or so, has traditionally struggled with guys that can kind of move around in the pocket and ad-lib. Ben Roethlisberger has killed him a number of times.
I think Joe Flacco had an 80-yard touchdown run against us.
That's unbelievable. I don't remember that. You would think that
was a long run. It might not have been 80 yards. I may have been exaggerating, but he still made a touchdown from quite a ways.
Right, but I mean, you guys know, you've watched this team a lot. How many times have scrambling quarterbacks or guys that can ad-lib in the pocket, how many times have guys like that hurt the Bengals defense, even when the Bengals defense is at its best? You've seen I keep bringing him up, but Ben Roethlisberger, you've seen guys draped on his back, and he slips away and makes a 40-yard touchdown pass. It's happened. Manziel is not the physical specimen that Roethlisberger is. He's faster than him, though, and for the Browns, it could be fun. He could play some backyard football and make some exciting plays, but if this guy doesn't work out yet again in their long history of quarterbacks that don't work out for them, they could set themselves back quite a bit. But props to them. They got Johnny Manziel at 22 overall. That's pretty good value.
And you got to give them props too, just at the sheer fact that they're making moves. They're making some really bold moves as far as trading down, trading up. You can't question that. They're really making a go for it here. And I guess it's kind of refreshing to see. I mean, I don't necessarily want them to do well, but I mean, gosh, this team has been so bad ever since they really came back into the league. They've had some years here and there where they've done well, but I don't know. Maybe this will rejuvenate the city of Cleveland. I know they have a history of star athletes not sticking around. LeBron, what? Did I go there? Okay, I did. But he does make their offense better right now. You can't argue that. The question is, does he unseat Brian Hoyer?
Probably.
How does he not? I mean, you look at it.
Traded up for him. You almost saying, thanks for your services, Brian Hoyer.
Right. Unless you start with Brian Hoyer and you say, as a coaching staff, hey, Manziel, you're going to sit and watch a veteran for a little bit. The thing is, though, I mean, if it's 6 games in and the Browns are 1-4, 1-5, something like that, you're gonna hear the calls for him, and Hoyer isn't gonna last the whole year. So, but we talked about it earlier too. This is a win now league. This is a quarterback-driven league. This Browns team has shown a tendency to get rid of their front office and coaching staff at any given change of the wind direction, I guess, and. The coaching staff could say, hey, we got to let it ride with this guy and, let the chips fall where they may.
Chase Lee in the chat room brings up a good point regarding the mobility and the quarterbacks and the Bengals having an issue bringing them down. Bengals ate up RG3 when he was healthy a couple years ago in Washington. Again, that was a very early RG3 before he kind of got his feet set there in the NFL. And Bobby Carl in the chat room also says, I'm sure Vontaze can't wait to introduce himself to Mr. Football.
Can I comment on the RG3 thing?
Go for it.
He was 21 of 34 for 221 yards, a touchdown, no interceptions, 13 rushes, 74 yards, and a touchdown rushing. I don't know if that's completely bottling up RG3. I said he had like 330 yards passing. I didn't. Obviously, I was wrong about that, but. Combined yardage, he had about 300 yards, and I think he maybe fumbled once in that game, but did not throw an interception, and that was a shootout. That wasn't RG3's problem there. That was the Bengals not being able to defend that read option kind of offense, and the Bengals were able to come out on top on that because they put up a lot of points on the board.
We're coming up on the Bengals pick here at 24, but before we get to the Bengals pick, let's go to our resident Kansas City Chiefs expert, Mickey Mentzer. The Chiefs on the clock, or they were on the clock. What are your thoughts as far as the Chiefs go? They had a pretty good year here in 2013, considering they had the number 1 overall pick a year ago.
Yeah, I think they're going. I had them pegged as a receiver. I had them selecting Marquise Lee, who kind of could fill that void that they lost with the punt returner.
Oh, Dexter McCluster.
Yeah, so another guy that's quick, can create space, be good on special teams. So I'm going to stick with that. I think the Chiefs have a really, really good defense. They fell apart at the end of the year because of injuries, so I think they're going offense here. This is another team that could potentially go quarterback because I think they only have one more year on Alex Smith, and he had a good year last year, but he's never been, the guy to put a team on his back. I don't think they will, but they could.
So, Anthony, are the Bengals on the clock? Are you watching live? I can't hear you.
They are.
All right, the Bengals are on the clock.
So the Chiefs pick just came in.
Okay, so he's Anthony has stepped away briefly. The Chiefs pick is in. I don't know who it is yet. Do you, Mickey?
D Ford.
D Ford. Okay, so D Ford.
So they did go defense, and that's going to make the Chiefs defense pretty sick.
Yeah, the Chiefs defense was pretty sick a year ago. We'll actually be speaking with Joel Thorman from ArrowheadPride.com a little bit later to get his thoughts on the pick from the Chiefs. I know we have our resident Chiefs expert, Mickey, but it can't hurt to hear from the folks over at ArrowheadPride.com, one of the bigger SB Nation blogs here on the network of blogs. The Bengals on the clock, though. It's go time. Final thoughts before the pick is in, Anthony. What do you think?
This almost has to be Darqueze Dennard, doesn't it?
It's either. I see it as potentially three players. It could be Dennard, it could be Roby, it could still be Ely.
You think they'd take Dennard over? You think they take Roby over Dennard?
Can they move down?
I don't think they would.
But he's in play.
Yeah, he's an Ohio State guy. They met with both of them. They could. I don't know.
This is the final call from the chat room, though.
I'm kind of hoping for Ely.
Let's hear the predictions chat room. If you're watching live here at CincyJungle.com, I want to see who you think the Bengals will take. I'm seeing Dennard. I'm seeing Ely. I'm going to go with Dennard, though. I think I would go with Dennard over Roby.
Yeah.
Here in the first round. Mike Hudson says Bridgewater. Moss says OMG it's. Maybe he's just messing with me. I don't know. I don't think it'll be quarterback, but with Bridgewater still out there, I don't know.
It's interesting. That definitely makes it interesting. Our pick is already in, so whoever it is, they knew who they wanted pretty quickly there.
Yeah, they're about. I'm on my stream at about 6.5 minutes. Everybody in the chat room is saying Dennard. I don't know if that's official. Jumpman says Roy Munson.
Roy Munson, that'd be awesome.
That is a nice little reference to Kingpin.
Big Earn, Ernie McCracken, Big Earn.
Mike Hudson says Leon Sandcastle.
Oh gosh,
we're on fire tonight.
Yeah.
But the good news is the pick is in, and of course ESPN goes to a commercial. I love that. Gotta love the four-letter network. We've been taking breaks at the top of the hour, but since the pick will be in, we'll go ahead and we'll keep it here, right here at CincyJungle.com. Again, big thanks to everybody who's tuned in live. You guys have been awesome. The chat room's been bumping. It's been pretty cool. Bobby Carl says we have to watch this stupid Bud Light commercial first. Well,
I know.
Bud Light pays the bills. What can you say?
With that Jersey Shore looking meatball guy on the commercial, right? The guy that
picks in.
Yeah.
The pick is officially in. Okay, that's good.
I'm calling Dennard.
I've seen an announcement.
Do you wanna play spoiler, or should we wait? Well, let's wait. We'll let the commission announce it.
I'll let you wait.
Yeah, we'll let the commission announce it. Again, if you're watching live, appreciate everybody tuning in live here at CincyJungle.com. Don't forget, Inside the Jungle is a listener-supported program, so if you have a moment and you want to help contribute to our cause, spnt.tv/Patreon. We do this show every week, Wednesday night live here at CincyJungle.com. We produce an hour and a half worth of content each and every week. If you like the show, if you like what we're doing, we really would appreciate your help and support over at our Patreon campaign. I'm kind of nervous, and I feel like I'm totally out of the loop right here. I have no Twitter. I've got nothing here on my iPad. I've got nothing. Chat room says Jim Thomas says the pick is in, announced all over Twitter. I'm kind of on the edge of my seat here. I'm not gonna lie. I'm also ad-libbing, so what are you gonna do?
Well, we're getting good soccer commercials on ESPN while the Bengals pick is in, so I mean that's pretty solid. I mean,
knock it.
I sent a nice passive-aggressive tweet to ESPN for their tremendous choices.
Well, I'm in the loop now. That's good. I think we all would agree that that's a solid choice. Mickey, your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't hate it. I'm that.
Is it Denard?
Filling a need with a great corner.
Son of a.
What,
I'm the only one who hasn't seen it, so.
Oh well, I'm sorry, AC. Totally playing spoilers here. I apologize.
Well, nobody said anything, so I asked if it was a specific player. I'm about 97% positive it's who I think it is, but.
Well, apparently we're back on ESPN. I don't know.
Yeah.
Ron Dansbury says it's an ESPN tradition to screw the Bengals. And according to Mel Kiper and his big board, how do I want to put this? They're getting good value.
Yes, that's exactly who I think it is. All right. All right. I'm good.
All right. So for those of you, again, ESPN, NFL, let's go. Let's get the show on the road. It's 11 o'clock Eastern here as we're broadcasting live here at CincyJungle.com.
I really like that pick a lot.
Everybody's pretty pumped. I think the cat is out of the bag. Even the official Bengals Twitter has announced Darqueze Dennard, the quarterback for the Bengals. I can get behind this pick.
That's a solid pick right there.
In fact, I'm so excited about this pick, it's even worthy of this. Little Price is Right, winner action. Solid choice, fills a need. Could probably step right in and be your starter at cornerback. He doesn't necessarily have to, but at least it's not Roby. No offense, Mickey.
I hear you.
As we're seeing now the pictures of Darqueze Dennard. I'm assuming somewhere maybe in East Lansing having a draft party. He seems to be pretty excited, so that's good. Jumpman in the chat room says, "We're going streaking."
Yeah, that's a solid pick. I'm probably doing the same a little bit later after a couple more adult beverages. No, that's a solid pick. Good value. A lot of people thought he could go to the Steelers about 9 picks before. So I'm excited about that pick. Probably the biggest need on the Bengals roster at this point. I don't know that he'll step in and start right away, but super physical.
But he doesn't need to either.
Right, decent size. Now you've got 2 first-round corners that could step in the next year or two to start when Terrence Newman and Adam Jones kind of fade off a little bit there. So I think that's a great pick. And what also makes it a good pick is that San Diego is right behind him, and you have to figure that they were probably in the market for a corner as well. So if they did not grab Dennard, he was probably going the next pick, I would think.
Joe Goodberry says it's a solid pick by the Bengals. There's probably rioting in the streets that they did not take Teddy Bridgewater. Oh, I miss you, Joe Goodberry. Did I say Joe Goodberry? I meant Joe Reedy. I apologize, Joe Goodberry. Wow, that's terrible. But the phone line's open. If you want to give us a ring, want to hear your thoughts, Bengals fans, if you're watching us live here at CincyJungle.com, 404-946-3397 is the number to call. We'll open up the phone lines. Let us know what you think, Bengals fans. The pick is in. They have their cornerback. Darqueze Dennard from Michigan State is heading to the Jungle. I'm getting a couple of tweets. Zach Baker, a good friend of the show. Nick Superling has to like that. I do like that. The Jungle line. We'll go to the Jungle line. Area code 513. Hi, who's this?
Greg from Cincinnati. How you guys doing?
Hey, Greg. What's up, bud?
Hey, man, I mean, how about this, man? When the Kansas City Chiefs picked, I'm like, when they said the word D, I'm like, oh, you got to be kidding me and stuff. It's they good with D Ford and stuff, but man, the last guy there and stuff. My question to you guys is, how the heck did Darqueze Dennard fall down to the Bengals? Because I try not to like him so much because I'm like, oh, this guy's going to be gone. How do you guys think he fell down to us?
I'll throw that over to you, Mickey. What do you think? You're our resident Big Ten expert.
I don't know. I mean, he's in the conversation with some of the top corners. So it's just the way the draft shook out. Like there was more receivers picked. The Juwan James pick was higher than I expected. So it became a perfect storm for him to fall to number 24. I'm very happy with the pick. I guess you can't listen to what everyone says, how these corners are going to go a lot higher. You were fed smoke screens from, all the teams. It's awesome. I mean, it worked out perfect. And some people did see this happening. Like our own Jason Markham picked that's who we were going to get. So I'm glad it worked out that way.
I'm curious to know who, I think we all are in this boat here, but I'm curious to know who was on the Bengals board and who else they might have been considering at that point. I think once they saw him fall, though, you saw they went up there with 5 or 6 minutes still left on the board on the clock when they made that selection. So I think they knew once he fell, it's like boom, yeah, that's our guy. But they had to have been considering a couple of other guys, I would think, at least. If not heavily, somewhat considering these guys. I'm curious to know who those would be, but some people thought Dennard would go top 12, top 15, and now he's fallen to a 24. I can't hate that. That's pretty solid value, I think.
Yeah, Greg. When you look at it on some of the final mocks from some of the big names, McShay and Mayock had Dennard going 10th. Kuiper had him going 11th, and the Bengals get him at 24. That's pretty good value.
Oh, absolutely, and stuff. I guess my one final question to you is, what kind of corner would you compare him to? Like, what player would he be best compared to? Is my final question.
Oh, that is a good question. When I look at him, a lot of he's a natural press corner, which is good. I don't want to compare him to a guy like Darrelle Revis. Let's let the guy play some NFL, but he kind of has that same style. He gets in your face. He's physical. I don't know. What do you guys think about that comparison?
I see Leon Hall, personally. I see a guy with pretty good speed, not an absolute burner, incredibly physical, will help out in the run game, create turnovers here and there, but will stick to his guy pretty closely and could have the potential to play both in the slot and outside. So we all know the Bengals love versatility out of their players, and I think you get a little bit of that out of Dennard. He could potentially be a plug-and-play starter if you really wanted to, but he probably will not be that this year. But if you're asking me who he compares to, I'm looking at Leon Hall.
I agree. I think Leon Hall is a great comparison. Muscular, little bit of a hitter, but really good man coverage. I think that's a very fair comparison.
Appreciate the call, Greg, man. I hope you're happy tonight.
I'm very happy and stuff. That was the only final player on the board. To be honest with you guys, if Dennard wasn't there, I would have probably tried to trade back or something. But you know what? That to me is a steal. Right now, I'll give it a B+, A-. That's a solid pick right there.
Well, there you have it. I appreciate the call, Greg. We'll talk to you next week, man, all right? Who day? That's Greg on the Jungle Line. The phone line's open if you want to get in touch. 404-946-3397 is the number to call. I want to hear your thoughts, Bengals fans. Let's hear it. It seems like it's a hit so far on social media from what I'm seeing. In fact, I even completely forgot that a week ago, Joe Goodberry, that was his pick. He thought that they were going to get Dennard in the first round. The guy's just, once again, spot on.
Yeah, he has done well. Like our own Jason Markham had that as his pick. He's been right on 6 of the first 25 picks so far, so he's doing pretty well.
Let's go back to the Jungle Line. Area code 828. Hi, who's this?
Hey, Nick, it's Kurt down in Nashville, North Carolina.
What's up, Kurt? How you doing, bud?
You know, just hanging out late at work, watching the draft. So I don't know how big of a deal this is, but I've just been noticing that a lot of people lately have been talking about how the growth of a wide receiver has become a very, very tall position, and so the NFL, or at least a lot of coaches, are pushing for those taller corners to cover those taller wide receivers. You know, when I look at our list of cornerbacks, the only cornerback we have over 6 foot is Ray Kirkpatrick at 6'2", and then Leon Alls at 5'11", and everyone else is like at 5'10" or shorter. Darqueze Dennard just comes in like just under 5'11". I mean, does that concern anybody else, the fact that we have such a small set of corners, or is that not a big deal?
I think it's tough to find 6-foot-plus corners in general. I think that's kind of a rare thing. You've got a couple of guys who are slated to go second or third round this year. Pierre Desir, I think, is pretty tall, and you got the McGill kid out of Utah, who are the tallest corners out of the draft. I mean, it's hard to get 6-foot-plus corners, and you got to figure you also have to have a guy, though a lot of times they're overmatched size-wise or height-wise. You got to have guys that can run with the wide receivers as well. And the cornerbacks immediately, just from the position they play, are at a disadvantage because they have to backpedal and then turn and go, whereas wide receivers are kind of running straight lines. So you got to have guys with speed. Dennard has that, and he's physical. The Bengals defense likes to be physical, and they like to have defensive backs in general that can help out in the run game. And I think Dennard gives them that. So Dennard is probably up there in terms of the height of the cornerback class this year. I think, Gilbert, who went to Cleveland, and the other two guys I mentioned are taller, but he's up there. I think he's tall enough, but, I mean, you needed a corner. You got, by some accounts, the first, second, or third best corner back at 24. I think that's good value, personally.
Your thoughts, Mickey? You're the resident DB on this staff.
I mean, I think 5'11" is a perfect size for a DB. Sometimes people think you need the same height, to try to battle the receivers. For a corner, it's all about position, and I don't buy any of that having to throw over the corner's head. That's not really the way it works. So, I think a physical guy that can play man coverage at 5'11" is probably exactly the height you'd want for a corner.
All right. The question is, Kurt, are you happy with the pick?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's a good pick. I'm looking forward to look forward. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat to see what Paul Guenther does with this defense. I'm hoping that he can take everything he's learned under Mike Zimmer over the last couple of years and turn it around. I think nothing much has changed about the way they draft. I mean, they come out and they draft defense in the first round. I mean, that's kind of almost a staple for the Bengals, and considering we have so many first-round corners already on our squad, it just seems logical to get another one.
Well, it should be exciting, and Paul Guenther has a new toy to work with there down at Paul Brown Stadium. Kurt, appreciate the call, man. Enjoy the rest of your night, all right?
You too. Have a good night, gentlemen.
Thank you. That's Kurt Campbell on the Jungle Line giving us a ring. I just saw something flash across Twitter. Now, the Bengals have 5 first-round cornerbacks on this roster, gentlemen, and it seems like a slam dunk so far on the social media. I haven't seen too much outrage as far as a quarterback.
I think when you get a pick like that, a guy who has been slated anywhere from the first to third corner in this draft, I think you kind of sit there and you go, okay, that makes sense. And it's a bigger need than quarterback for the Bengals at this point. And the value was there. We saw some people in the chat room talking about Kiper and McShay, mocking Dennard all the way up to 10 when the Lions picked, and they get him at 24. So I don't think you can personally go wrong there. They can still get some of these quarterbacks still may fall. Derek Carr is still out there. Bridgewater still out there. These could fall to later rounds, and I don't have a problem with this pick. I think it serves the need, and at the time, it's best player available. I think they did a great job of filling both of those columns there, best player available and need.
Well, since the Bengals have picked the San Diego Chargers, they took another cornerback, Jason Verrett from TCU, so he's off the board. and the Philadelphia Eagles have just selected Marcus Smith, a defensive end from Louisville. That's the latest update as far as the current state of the draft. As it is right now, Arizona is currently on the clock. Maybe I jumped the gun on that Philly pick. I was just watching some highlights.
No, that's it.
Okay. All right. Well, let's take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll catch up on the rest of the draft. We'll visit with Jason Hirschhorn from AcmePackingCompany.com and Mike Kay from BleedingGreenNation.com to get their thoughts on their team's draft picks. That's all coming up next here on Inside the Jungle. And welcome back to Inside the Jungle. As the first round of the NFL draft quickly coming to a close, let's go back a couple picks and take a look at what the Green Bay Packers did as we welcome in Jason Hirschhorn from the AcmePackingCompany.com. Jason, Clinton Dix is no laughing matter, but he's heading up to Green Bay. Tell us about the pick.
Well, that's quite the lead you put in there. I don't think most people expected Clinton Dix to be on the board. I mean, the agents and the scouts I talked to all thought he was going to be off the board, in the first 15 picks, and they've been saying that for months. So it was a surprise when he was there at 21. But given that he was there, it's really not a surprise that Green Bay took it. I mean, he is probably the best player on the board at 21 anyway, which is what Ted Thompson likes to do, and it fits the team's biggest need. So, again, it's a pretty easy pick at that point.
You take a look at the division, and you got a guy, you got some pretty good quarterbacks in the division. You've got Cutler, you've got Stafford. So bolstering the secondary, probably a pretty solid move there in Green Bay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's where they got eaten up last year on defense. And it was an issue that dates back to Nick Collins' injury in 2011, where he injured his neck, had to have spinal fusion surgery, and never returned. It's a position that's really hard to fill in the draft, too. I mean, we've seen these safeties go off the board very quickly. Teams are trading up to get them. So to have one of those guys actually last on the board all the way to pick 21, it's very surprising, but it works to Green Bay's advantage. I mean, this is probably one of the best ways the draft could have played out for them.
We saw the Bengals take Darqueze Dennard, a cornerback, and then immediately after that, the San Diego Chargers took another corner in Jason Verrett. Was there any chance that the Packers were looking cornerback, or were they pretty sold on the safety position?
I don't think they would have taken one over Clinton Dix, but it's definitely a position they would have considered. Now, the guys that the Packers tend to go for are that 5'11" and above group. So the two guys that went after them, Dennard and Verrett, were probably not going to be in consideration. They just haven't gone with shorter corners really since Terrell Buckley in '92. So I don't think those guys would have really come off unless they were just taller. I think Kyle Fuller might have been in consideration had he been there, but he went 14 to the Bears, and that I think was a good pick for them. So, yeah, secondary guys coming off the board really early this year, which is why it's a surprise that Clinton Dix, again, lasted to 21.
You've had a chance now for about a little over a half an hour now to digest the pulse of the Packers fan base. Were they sold on the pick? Are they quite happy?
Well, by the time the Packers got on the board, actually really by the time the Saints traded up to 20, when you knew that the Saints weren't going to take a safety, you figured that they were going to explode one way or another. Either it was going to be, jubilation because the best safety in the draft somehow lasted to pick 21, or it was going to be everybody mad because they didn't pick the safety at 21 that everybody wanted who wasn't supposed to be there. But, I mean, they made the pick that I think makes a lot of sense, certainly the one that the fans wanted as well. I don't know if that really factored into the decision, but it can't hurt.
Well, the Packers getting solid there in the secondary with Clinton Dix from Alabama heading to Green Bay. Appreciate the time, Jason, and enjoy the rest of your night, man.
All right, take care, Nick.
That's Jason Hirschhorn from the AcmePackingCompany.com joining us here on Inside the Jungle, giving us a little insight on Clinton Dix heading up to the frozen tundra. We welcome back Anthony Cosenza as we also say goodnight to the one and only Mickey Menser. Anthony, just give me an overview of what's going on in the last 10 picks. What are your thoughts?
There are guys who fell that you didn't expect. I actually feel that the last 10 picks or so have had quite a bit of value, with the exception of maybe a couple. I thought the Eagles pick of the Louisville defensive end was a little bit of a head scratcher. Some people think that the safety that the Cardinals grabbed was a little bit of a head scratcher, but I think you look at what that young man did. I think his name is Deon Buchanan out of Washington State. He can play, and he's a 6'1", 211 guy that runs a sub 4.5 40 as a safety. I mean, that's pretty solid. So they're adding to that defense. A lot of people thought Arizona would take a quarterback as an heir apparent. They think that they are right there. The other surprise a little bit was Carolina going with Kelvin Benjamin instead of maybe Marquise Lee. Maybe some teams are a little gun shy about Marquise Lee because of the lack of production as a senior. I don't know. I think if you're looking for a deep threat kind of guy, a guy who can work the sidelines, he's almost Chad Johnson-esque in my opinion. I think he can do a lot of things speed-wise that can stretch a field, work the sidelines, like I said, but he also has some issues with drops, and I think that's hurting him a little bit. So I think the game tape from 2013 and some drop issues have caused him to fall a little further than people think. Again, my friend who's a 49ers fan, he's hoping they maybe take him there. The New England Patriots are on the clock, and apparently the pick is in. Would not be surprised to see this be Louis Nix out of Notre Dame, just being that big nose tackle to kind of anchor their defense. But all in all, I think it's been pretty solid value for a lot of teams in this draft. Some guys fell deeper than you thought, and man, I hate to be the homer here, but I think the Bengals really got some good value with their pick at number 24. They stayed put. They got the guy they wanted, and it was a combo of best player available and need.
Well, a lot of defensive guys have gone off the board here in the last 10 picks or so. One of those guys, Dee Ford, heading to the Kansas City Chiefs, and joining us on the Jungle Line is Joel Thorman from ArrowheadPride.com. Joel, thanks for joining us tonight.
Yeah, of course, guys. Thanks for having me on.
So, Dee Ford, tell us about the pick. How's he going to fit in there in Kansas City?
He wasn't really on the radar for us as a pick. We had the Chiefs, kind of talked about pass rusher a little bit, and, I had that listed as one of our top 5 needs. So I guess it's not a huge surprise, but he just wasn't, he's obviously not a receiver, which is what all the Chiefs fans are talking about. So he plays defensive end at Auburn. He'll play outside linebacker for the Chiefs. And, that's kind of what we know for sure right now.
Give us the pulse of the fan base. You've had about a half hour to kind of digest it, especially when you consider a year ago you guys were picking number 1 overall, and here you are late in the first round, right. A solid year in 2013, and you've already got a pretty good defensive from what we saw here in 2013. Now you're just adding some more depth there.
Right. I would say the fan reaction is definitely mixed. I think if they had taken a receiver, there would have been a lot more people who approve of the move. The thing about Dee Ford is this is kind of, a move for the future, because right now, entering the 2014 season, the Chiefs have Justin Houston. He's a young outside linebacker, very good, and he's entering the last year of his contract, so he's set to get paid a lot of money. On the other side, they have Tamba Ali, and he's kind of the opposite. He's got a couple of years left on his deal, but he's an older player, and maybe in his last season with the Chiefs, and then you expect Dee Ford to kind of step in after that. So, it's fans always want the immediate impact, and I'm not sure Dee Ford makes the immediate impact, but it's a good depth move for the future. Pass rushers and offensive line, the guys who get to the quarterback and the guys who protect the quarterback are always going to be valuable.
Joel, it's Anthony Cosenza. I feel like I know you from all the email alerts and whatnot that I receive
I know.
But no, awesome work, man, and thanks for all you do for your site and for SB Nation in general. Big props to you. Just a quick question. A lot of people thought that the Chiefs might be looking at quarterback. I'm going to kind of give you a two-pronged question with this. Number one, before the Browns leapfrogged up and got Manziel, was he maybe a thought for the Chiefs, or are the Chiefs looking maybe second round, third round for a quarterback that's an heir apparent to Alex Smith?
I think Johnny Football was a serious consideration. If he were there, I do think the Chiefs probably would have taken him. Andy Reid's kind of got a history with quarterbacks, and just from a economical sense, it makes more sense to probably pay a rookie that you believe in versus paying an Alex Smith who is talking about a new long-term deal with the Chiefs. Paying him $15 million a year or whatever it's going to happen. So financially, I think you would have had to strongly consider Johnny Football, and if I had to bet, I think they probably would have taken him.
He's Joel Thorman. He's the voice over at arrowheadpride.com. Go check him out. Joel, appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the rest of your night.
All right, guys, have a good time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That's again, that's Joel Thorman. Go check him out. Does great work as always for the Arrowhead Pride website and SB Nation as a whole as well. You have your finger up, Anthony. Did you want to say something?
No, I was gonna step away for one quick second. Got something that came up here for 1 sec, but I will be right back if that's okay with you, Nick.
That works for me. In fact, you know what? Why don't we go ahead? We'll just take a quick break here
Thank
on
you.
Inside the Jungle. We will return. Welcome back to Inside the Jungle. It's 11:30 here on the East Coast as we are just a couple of picks away from the end of the first round, wrapping up there at Radio City there in New York. I'm joined on the Jungle line by Mike Kay from BleedingGreenNation.com to talk about the Philadelphia Eagles and their pick and their moves that they've made tonight here in round one. Mike, how you doing, man?
Thanks for having me.
So the Eagles, you moved down, you made some moves, and then they made a choice that was, shall we say, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it was interesting. I mean, you know, we saw NFL Network's Daniel Jeremiah earlier on the week say that he didn't think that Marcus Smith was going to make it to 35. You know, in my evaluations of him, I thought that he could go anywhere from the early second to the early third. But, you know, the Eagles clearly thought that he was one of the last of the best of the really good pass rushers. The Eagles needed a wide receiver. They needed a safety. But, you know, they obviously didn't value both positions as much as they valued pass rusher, which is also a major need for the Eagles. And, you know, Smith is going to be a rotational pass rusher his first year or two behind Trent Cole. And I think that's what you were looking at anyway if you didn't draft Khalil Mack or Jadeveon Clowney. So I think it's not a bad move, especially because you got a third-round pick with it.
Yeah, you mentioned the additional pick you get from moving down, allowing I believe it was the Browns to move up to take Johnny Manziel. You look at the division you're in. You've got some pretty good quarterbacks. You've got Eli Manning. Well, maybe that's arguable, I guess, at this point, but still. Defensive end is a spot you might want to load up there in that division. What's been the fans' reaction so far? You've had about a little over a half hour to kind of digest what's been going on there at Bleeding Green Nation.
It's not overwhelmingly positive. I think you know a lot of our fans are very knowledgeable, just like with you guys, and they have their opinions, and a lot. You know, we've been doing a draft profile series, and I just put out my big board, and I had Smith down the line on my board. So I think people are kind of reacting to the pick pretty harshly based on a bunch of evaluations by a bunch of scouts. I had him right behind Ryan Shazier and Jeremiah Aduacho in my second round grades. And I don't think they're liking it very much. That makes sense.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to rile up any feathers here, no pun intended, but Philadelphia Eagles fans are they're a bit of on the wild side, I guess you could say, with their sports. But I mean, it's a solid pick, I guess. It's somebody that can maybe help you guys get to the quarterbacks, and again, you get an additional third-round pick where maybe you can get some other help.
Yeah, and you know the thing is too is that Chip Kelly's all about long, fast, athletic, tall guys, and Marcus Smith totally fits that mold. I completely understand the pick. So he fits their philosophy. He fits the type of guy they want. He's got experience in coverage. He's got experience rushing the passer. He's played 4-3 DN, and he's played 3-4 outside linebacker, which is versatility is something that the Eagles have really, really coveted over the last 2 years. I think it's a solid pick. You know, it's not a pick that excites me for any reason, but you know, I think they got an extra pick. They only had 6 picks heading into the day, and now they have 7. And this is one of the most insane drafts, talent-wise, that in 10 years of covering the draft for various publications that I've ever seen. So I think getting another day 2 pick was huge for them. I think that's even more special than drafting a kid at the end of the first round.
The Eagles, they initially had the 22nd pick in the first round. When you saw that they were moving down, were you disappointed? Was there somebody there on the board at 22 that you really wish they had taken?
No, not really. I was kind of I didn't think Johnny Manziel was the right fit for them. I know the national media is under the impression that Chip Kelly needs a mobile quarterback, but obviously he's passed on Geno Smith, DJ Manuel, and then now Johnny Manziel, as well as signed 3 pretty slow guys. So I didn't think he was a fit. Brandon Cooks was the guy. When the Saints traded in front of the Eagles to get him. That was kind of where the disconnect for me was. I was hoping that they traded back. I was hoping they traded back even before the draft started. So I think it turned out pretty well, and the value was good to go back just 4 spots and get a third-round pick.
Well, the Eagles, they make their selection. Marcus Smith, the defensive end from Louisville. You never know. What if he becomes the next Reggie White?
Yeah, I don't know if I go that far, but I'll take the next Alden Smith or the next. Well, except for the drugs and the craziness. But I mean, I would take a Michael Johnson even. I would take a guy like that. So it could have been better. It could have been worse. But I think this is a solid pick.
Well, either way, things are looking on the up there in Philadelphia. Mike K from BleedingGreenNation.com. Appreciate you stopping by and enjoy the rest of your night, man. All right.
Same to you.
Thank you very much. Again, as Mike K, go check him out over at BleedingGreenNation.com, one of our sister blogs here on the SB Nation Network. We welcome back in Anthony Cosenza. We were just talking a little bit about the Eagles as things are wrapping up here in the first round. What's on your mind, man? I know you're probably a little bit on a high with the Bengals pick of Denard.
Yeah, I really like that pick. I've talked to a few people. Had to take a little bit of a little breather there, and gotten a lot of texts and phone calls. Obviously, being the only interested Bengals person in Southern California that a lot of people know, so everybody's hitting me up about what I thought. But I mean, even casual NFL and casual college football fans have texted me saying, "Great pick, great pick," and I agree. Kind of interesting. I didn't see just a minute ago who Denver picked. It looks like it was maybe somebody. Was it Roby that they picked from Ohio State?
Yes,
I don't.
Bradley Roby has been selected by the Denver Broncos.
Okay, so we still have Marquise Lee on the board and Teddy Bridgewater on the board, 2 guys that were slated to go first round. I think that's pretty interesting. I think that's a good pick for the Broncos. In Bradley Roby, fringe first, second round guy, a little bit of a project player. You can coach him up, give him a year to develop, and I think that's a good pick for them. But overall, it's been a very interesting first round, and tomorrow is my favorite day of the draft because you see some guys that are really talented fall a round or 2 below than they were projected to go. So I thought tonight was very entertaining, and kudos to the chat room. This was kind of put together somewhat last minute and promoted last minute, and we had what you said it was record numbers, right?
That's right.
In the chat room. So pretty stoked on that. We've had some callers. We got to interview people from other teams. So I thought this went really well, and thanks for setting it all up, Nick. I know it was a lot of work.
Yeah, it was a good time. It's the first time I've done this throughout the entire draft. I was interested to see how the breaks would work. We didn't have a lot of people drop off, so that's good. As the Seattle Seahawks, the last pick of the first round, currently on the clock. Let's recap. Since the Bengals selected, the Chargers took Jason Verrett. As we just mentioned, the Philadelphia Eagles took Marcus Smith, the defensive end from Louisville. The Cardinals, they drafted a safety, Deion Buchanan from Washington State. The Panthers got their receiver in Kelvin Benjamin. The New England Patriots, they go defense. What a shock. They get a nose tackle. Dominique Easley from Florida. Another safety goes off the board. Jimmy Ward from Northern Illinois. He's heading out to San Francisco. And as we just mentioned, Bradley Roby, the cornerback from Ohio State, taken off the board by the Broncos. Interesting that he's going to Denver. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, and I'm hearing there's a possibility that Derek Carr might be going in either in this spot or Bridgewater. I don't know if it's going to Seattle or if someone's trading to get him. Oh, Minnesota has traded up, and they are on the clock right now.
So the Vikings, Mike Zimmer making some moves. He's wheeling and dealing.
That's wow. That's a good move. He needs to get his quarterback, and they, like I said, there's a short hook, short leash for coaches in the NFL these days, and if you don't have a quarterback to get you there, then you're not going to last long. And the Vikings didn't go there. They got Anthony Barr, who I think is a very talented player, with their first pick, and going probably quarterback here. I don't know if it's going to be Bridgewater or Carr, but either way, that seems to be pretty good value at number 32 overall.
This is I believe, the second trade that the Vikings have made here in the first round tonight.
Yeah.
Initially moving down earlier on in the first round. If you're trading back into the first round, though, here, I'd imagine my guess is the pick is Bridgewater.
I would think. I mean, I think Carr is kind of viewed as a little bit more of a project, and I think Bridgewater is more highly rated by more draft nicks across the board. And you're if you're the Minnesota Vikings and you're taking Teddy Bridgewater at number 32 overall, when just a few months ago he was discussed as the number 1 overall pick, I think you're pretty pleased. And again, the Minnesota Vikings, I think that they had 3 first-round picks last year, right? And then they have 2 this year, one of which is a quarterback. I mean, they're building, and that's pretty good signs. Those are pretty good signs for Mike Zimmer going forward.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, I guess if you're Seattle, you're coming off a Super Bowl win. You could argue that there's not a whole lot that you really need to improve right now. They do lose a guy in Golden Tate. Maybe they think somebody like Marquise Lee could be there in the second round. Of course, they'll be picking late in the second round, but maybe they're getting an early second round pick from Minnesota. I don't know what the details are yet as far as this trade goes, so we'll keep you posted as far as that goes. But yeah, I mean, if you're Seattle, there's probably nobody on the board right now that you feel could, I don't want to say necessarily improve your team. Okay, here are the details that the Vikings get the 32nd pick. In fact, the Seahawks do get to move up in the second round. They will get the 40th pick in the second round and the 108th pick in the fourth round. So that explains that. Seahawks getting an additional second-round pick. And really, like you said, Anthony, the second, third round, those are the days where I think you make your team.
Absolutely, and if you're already a good team, that's where you just continue to build depth and you build you build your roster for guys that might be leaving in the next year or two, and you kind of stockpile. And yes, Bridgewater is officially the quarterback, so we have 3 quarterbacks taken in the first round, and Bridgewater's number 32.
So Bengals fans, sorry.
Yeah, go cry in your soup, I guess. I don't know.
You're not going to get a quarterback, at least today. Chances are you may get one tomorrow, maybe on Saturday. Guys like Aaron Murray, guys like A.J. McCarron are still out there. Zach Mettenberger from LSU. So there's a chance you could get your quarterback a little bit later on. But Teddy Bridgewater off the board as the final pick of the first round here in the 2014 NFL Draft. Let's go back and talk a little bit more about the Bengals as we welcome in our very own Jason Markham to the program, joining us here on the Jungle Line. Jason, what's up, bud?
Not much, guys. How you all doing?
Pretty excited. A good choice by the Bengals. Darqueze Dennard coming from East Lansing down to the Queen City. What are your thoughts on the pick tonight, bud?
Well, right off the bat, during his introductory press conference tonight, it was just a phone conference probably, but anyway, the coaches, they came around and said when they went and scouted him at his pro day and talked to him and really watched him on film, they compared him to Leon Hall. And watching his film, he kind of reminds me of Hall. I mean, if you go back to Hall's days at Michigan, he was a real technician. He really did his work by getting up in receivers and jamming them at the line of scrimmage and just keeping up with them in any kind of off coverage, man coverage, press coverage, whatever it was. He was a technically sound corner, and that's kind of the same description with Dennard. And he's going to be a guy who is going to play a lot of press, and that's his best strength, is getting up on receivers and jamming them at the line of scrimmage. But he will get beat by some speedier receivers like Antonio Brown. Guys like him are going to be bad matchups, but this is the kind of guy who you would rather have going against a guy like Calvin Johnson, than you would rather have Leon Hall. So I really love this pick. He's a very physical. I would say he's probably the most physical cornerback in this draft. He's very good in run support. He's going to come up. That's another thing about lining him up close to the line of scrimmage. He's going to be great in run support. I really love this pick for the Bengals. I think I want to say he'll probably challenge Adam Jones and Terrence Newman for playing time. I'm not sure he'll get, a lot of playing time initially, but this is definitely a pick that's going to pay huge dividends next year. Likely when Newman's gone and you don't know about Jones, I think he'll be 32 next year. So this was definitely a pick for the future, and a lot of people had Denard as the best cornerback in this class. I mean, for them to get him at 24 and then the Browns take Justin Gilbert at number 8, I mean, there was a lot of debate going into this draft, between him and Kyle Fuller from Virginia Tech, but I really love this pick for the Bengals.
From what I was reading on social media tonight, Jason, it sounds like the Bengals had him around 10th on their board, and there he was at 24. Are you shocked that he slipped that far?
The way it played out, I wasn't too shocked. I thought, the Bears, they took Kyle Fuller at 14. I thought that was a good fit for them. I was really shocked the Browns took Gilbert at 8. That was real weird, I thought, there. And then the way the rest of the draft played out, taking those guys higher, it caused certain players to fall and slip. Manziel falling to 22 for the Browns. And that was another big thing. Marvin Lewis even said that tonight. The Browns trading up at 22 to get Manziel was big for Denard falling to the Bengals, because the Eagles originally were sitting at that spot and they badly needed cornerback help, and they ended up trading down, and by then Denard and Jason Verrett out of TCU were both off the board, so they didn't even get a cornerback in the first round. But yeah, the Browns trading up at 22 to get Manziel. Guys like him and I can't off the top of my head. There were some other guys that were projected to go after pick 24 that ended up going before then, and that helped push Denard back to the Bengals.
Jason, it's Anthony, man. First of all, I got to give you a big pat on the back. You're probably putting in, a 12 to 15-hour day for the website today. So I think all of us here have done a lot of work for the website, but you have absolutely killed it, especially of late. So first of all, I just want to say a big thank you for all the work you've done and for joining us tonight. I know it's late for you. I want to ask, because you had both Denard and you had Teddy Bridgewater on the board, how tempted do you think the Bengals were, if at all, number one, to take Teddy Bridgewater, and number two, to listen to trade offers with probably the guy, Denard, that they wanted on the board, to trade back, gain another pick, and risk losing out on Denard? Do you think they were tempted at all with either one of those scenarios?
Watching the draft tonight, most of the teams, they got a 10-minute limit. Most of the teams like to use, most of their 10-minute limit. The Bengals were actually one of the quicker teams to make their pick. I think as soon as Denard fell to them at 24, they were sold on him. And the way they talked about him in their conference call tonight, I mean, like they said, this guy was like in the top 10 of their board, and they contemplated trading up to get him. And this was one of the guys that they wanted badly with this pick, and they got him. So Teddy, I mean, if you follow me, I'm a big supporter of Teddy, and I would have liked to, at the very worst, see him come in and push Dalton. But at the same time, I never could have imagined Denard would be on the board here. So for them to get him, I really don't think there was much debate there. I think they saw Denard there, and they were pretty set on getting him.
We're talking with Jason Markham here on Inside the Jungle. He's one of our writers here at CincyJungle.com. Jason, the Browns were wheeling and dealing tonight. They made some moves to get better. They've got Johnny Football. They got Justin Gilbert. We take a look at what the Steelers have done. They got Ryan Shazier, the linebacker from Ohio State. And C.J. Mosley, one of the better linebackers in the draft, heading to Baltimore. When you look at the AFC North as a whole, where would you rank the draft classes so far? I know it's only one round, but you'd like to think that all four teams had a pretty solid night.
I actually loved it for the Bengals standpoint, because I thought all three of those teams, I thought the Browns, they got two players who are not going to have good rookie years. I don't like Gilbert's footwork, his technique. I think it leaves a lot of work. He's an athletic freak. He's the Richard Sherman prototype cornerback, but he does not, by any means, have his level of technique. He's not nearly as technically sound coming out of college as Sherman was. So I think Gilbert could very well develop into the best cornerback come out of this class. but I don't think he'll be that next year. I think he'll be kind of a mess next year, and he'll be a liability in coverage. I think Buster Screen will actually get more playing time than him initially next to Joe Hayden. As far as Mosley and Shazier, I think both of those players are good players, but they're not the kind of players that I feel can, shift the balance of power significantly in the AFC North. I thought a guy like maybe Ha Clinton Dix maybe could have done that with the Ravens. I thought he could have made a much bigger impact on that defense than Mosley, because they've already got Arthur Brown, who they drafted in the second round last year, and Darryl Smith to play the two inside linebacker spots. So I didn't really see why they got Mosley. I mean, that tells me they're already, starting to maybe give up on Brown, who was one of the best middle linebacker prospects in last year's draft. And if you all remember, they let James Ahedebo, their strong safety, go this offseason, and now they're moving Matt Elam over there. So they really don't have a free safety right now. And that's, going to be a liability there. And getting Clinton Dix was, I thought, a layup for them, but they didn't do it. And then the Steelers getting Shazier at 15. It was a Steelers reporter tweeted me last night. Did the Bengals and Steelers get their draft boards mixed up? Because it should have been Shazier at 24 and Denard at 15. I mean, everyone thought Denard was a lot to go to the Steelers at 15 once Kyle Fuller and Justin Gilbert went higher. So I love that. I think Shazier and Mosley are going to be two good players, but they're not going to tip the balance of power back toward Baltimore or Pittsburgh as far as winning the AFC North next year.
Jason, I mentioned earlier that the second and third rounds of the draft are my personal favorite because I think you get a lot of value in those rounds. I think good teams build their rosters within those couple of rounds, and just the way that the draft is set up, I really like those two rounds. So who do you see tomorrow that the Bengals could be targeting, either specific players or positions? I think we've got a little bit of an idea there, but are there some guys both on the radar and maybe off the fans' radar that you're seeing that could be in that second or third round area for the Bengals?
I don't think he'll be on the board at 55, but I would love to see them get Virginia offensive tackle Morgan Moses. I put an article out about a week ago making the case for him at 24. And that's how good of an offensive tackle he is. And he kind of was an unfortunate victim because with some of those players, the way the board played out at the end of the draft, none of those teams really needed an offensive tackle except for Carolina, but they needed receiver back so bad they got Kelvin Benjamin. So that's, to me, Moses would be one of the top players on my board heading into day two. I don't think he'll make it to 55. The Bengals did say, they did kind of say they were looking to trade up for Denard tonight. Maybe they'll look to trade up for Moses tomorrow because a couple things you got to remember with Andrew Whitworth and Andre Smith. Both of their contracts will be up in 2 years, and at Whitworth's age, how much longer is he going to be able to keep playing tackle? Moses is projected as a left tackle. He can play right tackle, though. So getting him would be nice. Two other guys I would like to see him get maybe is Terrence Brooks and LaMarcus Joyner. They're the two starting safeties for Florida State. Joyner is more of that free safety role. He can play cornerback too. He's projected as a cornerback by some people's boards, but I think he'll be a better free safety. Brooks can play both spots. I think they need to get safety depth now. I think really looking at the Bengals right now, I think their biggest need is probably safety depth or defensive end. Now that I think about it, DeMarcus Lawrence from Boise State is still on the board. He's one of the better defensive ends in this draft. Oregon State's Scott Crichton is too. Those are two guys I'd watch out for since they're going to address defensive end probably pretty early. I actually just realized Tony Ely didn't get drafted tonight.
Yep, that's what I was going to say. That, yep.
Pretty much a consensus first-round pick. I want to say that's another guy I would look for at 55, but I can't imagine it will fall that far. But of all the guys that I just mentioned, I would love any of them at 55.
Yeah, you take a look, another guy that wasn't drafted tonight, but I don't know if necessarily a lot of people thought he would be, but a guy like Carlos Hyde, the running back from Ohio State, there's a chance he might be there at 55. I guess the question I have for you, Jason, is do you see the Bengals staying put, or do you think maybe they'll make a move and move up in the second round?
I would say no, but again, I don't know what their board looks like. I mean, they said they were real willing to move up, at least try and move up to get Denard, but I would think someone like Moses would be high. Hyde, I really think they're not going to move up for, though. I think Hyde is a guy they think maybe could fall to 55. And personally, I don't like Hyde that much. I think Jeremy Hill from LSU in the third round would be a better option if they want to get a running back, or even Bishop Sankey from Washington.
Well, fair enough. Anthony, you got anything else for Jason?
I just want to see if because this guy is one of my personal favorites in the draft this year, and could fill both best player available and need for the Bengals, and that's I've been on this guy's bandwagon for a while. Marcus Martin out of USC can play center and guard, very athletic. He is young, tiny bit raw. Do you see him, number one, falling to 55, and if so, do the Bengals spring for him?
That's another good one at 55. I would love it if they get him at 55 because that does a couple of things. First of all, it gives you a great starting center. I mean, something the Bengals frankly haven't had since Rich Braun retired. I mean, Guycheck was a huge liability. Kyle Cook was above average. He had one good year, I would say, but for the most part, he was above average. And now they've got Mike Pollock, who's played center in college, but I'm pretty sure he's never played center, at least for significant playing time in the NFL. So it would give you a good starting center. It would also push Pollock to guard. And right now, they really don't have a backup guard. They did sign Marshall Newhouse, who's a tackle with the Packers, but they've already pretty much said they're going to move him to guard. And then they've got Tanner Hawkinson. So they've not really got any depth at guard. It would be nice to see Pollock move back to the inside and put some depth there, especially with Quint Bowling. I read somewhere his ACL. He still could miss a good part of the preseason. So having a good starting guard there like Pollock, who started multiple games last year, that would be nice. So at the end of the day, yeah, I would be happy with Martin at 55.
Well, Jason, we appreciate you taking the time to visit us here on Inside the Jungle. Go check out Jason's stuff over at CincyJungle.com. He's been killing it all day. He's been killing it for the last couple of months ever since he joined the team. Appreciate the time, Jason, and I'm sure we'll talk tomorrow.
All right, guys. Take care and have a great night.
Hooday. That's Jason. Jason Markham joining us on the Jungle Line tonight as we wrap things up here on Inside the Jungle on what has been officially a 4-hour broadcast, as it is now May 9th, midnight here on the East Coast. It's been a marathon kind of night. In case you just joined us late, Darqueze Dennard, the cornerback from Michigan State, will be suiting up in orange and black this fall down at Paul Brown Stadium. As we kind of wrap things up here on the program tonight, Anthony, give me your final thoughts on what took place tonight in the first round of the NFL draft.
Man, I'm still trying to digest it all. It's interesting. I mean, 3 quarterbacks in the first round, that's somewhat common. Sometimes there's a few more than that. But it's the thing that's interesting about that is where those quarterbacks went. You're looking at 3, number 22, and number 32, and these are all pretty high-profile guys, especially Johnny Manziel, that just really plummeted in the draft. So going to be interesting to see where the next tier of guys go. Derek Carr, Jimmy Garoppolo, and the others behind them. So the second, third, and fourth rounds are going to be interesting at that position. I do think you're going to start to see very, very heavy runs at specific positions, wide receiver, running back, and cornerback being of that group probably tomorrow. I think you're going to see a lot of that position come off the board. And the Bengals could be in that mix of taking one, if not both of those positions. So very interesting night tonight. The Bengals were a little predictable. They stayed put, but they got who I think their guy was for a very long time, and they filled a need, got the best player on the board, and they did well.
The Bengals did very well tonight. They didn't reach. They didn't overdraft somebody. I think the fact that Denard fell to them where he did was fantastic. I think he's going to do very well here in Cincinnati. I'm excited to see what he has to offer. And let's face it, there are some guys on this roster, Adam Jones, Terrence Newman, even a guy like Leon Hall, who's fighting to come back from his injury, that are going to be pressed now for some PT because it's all about competition. Marvin's always saying that. It's all about competition. And right now, they just got a lot better at the cornerback position. I'm excited. I know a lot of Bengals fans are excited as well, and I'll be interested to see if he's going to get that number 31 here in Cincinnati. I think it's about time we wrap things up, though. It's been 4 hours tonight. I just want to say a huge thank you, Anthony. You've been here for most of the night. Thank you for taking out most of your night to stick around and be on the show. Your contribution is amazing. You're the draft guy. I'm just the guy who passes the ball. So I want to say thank you for everything you did tonight.
I appreciate that, man. It was a fun time, and it's a way I've never spent the draft before, and it was fun. I really enjoyed it. We spoke to a lot of different people, and for it being a 4-hour kind of draft fest for a show, it actually went by very fast in my opinion, and we had some awesome participation in the chat room. So I appreciate the compliment, and thank you to you. I know you did a lot of the setting up of guests and all that stuff, so I know you put a lot of work into this too, so I appreciate it, and I think it paid off well.
Yeah, it did. It really did, and it shows that there's a demand for this. I think Bengals fans, they want something like this, and allows them to be interactive with us, allows them to communicate with other Bengals fans around the world. It's pretty cool. I know John Loy, he's a fan of ours in Australia. He was in the chat room for a little bit. We also know Hugh Cook from Scotland. He tuned in. I'd imagine they don't get a whole lot of NFL draft coverage where they live, so I'm happy to provide that outlet for them here at CincyJungle.com. As we wrap things up, just going to give a couple of quick thank yous out tonight. First and foremost, I want to thank Mickey Mensa for joining us as well. I know he had a big day today traveling from Chicago. He joined us late, had to bounce out early, was a little tired. Certainly understandable. Big thank you to him for joining us tonight on the program. Also, give shout-outs, a thank you to Katie Drummond from bloggingtheboys.com, a Dallas Cowboys blog, Neil Coulong from BehindTheSteelCurtain.com, talking about the Steelers, Matt Weston. He was our first guest tonight as we talked about Jadeveon Clowney. Remember him? He was drafted 4 hours ago. He's been a 4-hour Texan. From BattleRedBlog.com, he joined us. Jimmy Morris from MusicCityMiracles.com talking about the Titans. Jason Hirschhorn from AcmePackingCompany.com talking about the Packers. Mike Kay giving us his Eagles insight from BleedingGreenNation.com. Joel Thorman from ArrowheadPride.com. Joel Thorman, a huge player when it comes to the SB Nation site. Big thank you to him. And, of course, last but not least, Jason Markham from CincyJungle.com. Thanks for joining us here on the program tonight. Also, a big thank you and a big shout-out to Josh Kirkendall, our fearless leader over at CincyJungle.com. Did a lot of things to help get some bodies in the chat room. So, Josh, if you're listening, appreciate all the support. All the support over the past year. It's been outstanding. Of course, the show's not over. You can always catch the podcast over at iTunes. You can download the audio archive. I'll be working around the clock to get that updated for you folks. If you're watching us live, I'll be sure to get this audio into the podcast stream so you can download it and listen to it all day at work tomorrow or wherever you may be listening to the show. Love to hear your feedback. You can always send us your emails, insidethejungle@spnt.tv. You can also send your tweets to me at Nick Suberling. The show must end for tonight. It's been 4 hours. It's been the longest podcast I've ever recorded, and I'm proud to say I survived. Inside the Jungle is an SPNT production. For more information about our other podcasts, check us out over at spnt.tv. And again, check out our Killer Bengals content over at CincyJungle.com. For Mickey and Anthony, I'm Soups. We'll check you out next time. Hooday!
Darqueze Dennard!